Welcome and good morning, everybody. We're glad to be back here on day 2. I personally know how emotionally and mentally exhausted I was at the end of yesterday, and so I really get some high quality work in this morning while we're still a little bit fresh, perhaps with Commissioner Sacco excluded. But we're with you. We're there to support you every step of the way, Commissioner. And we really do appreciate you taking time to visit the fire stations. So with that, we need a motion to adopt our agenda.
So moved, Adrian.
Okay, and Commissioner Ward seconds. Madam Clerk, can you go to a roll call vote?
Sure. Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Simmons is absent as well. Commissioner Sacco.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes, I believe, 6-1 with Commissioner Simmons absent. All right. With that, let me first turn it over to the city manager to see if he has any thoughts they'd like to share with this, and then we'll toss it to Lee and get right into it.
I'm not going to delay you from any work, so thank you.
All right. Very good. So, Lyle, welcome back. Good to see you again. And,
nice seeing you.
Lead us to where we need to get.
So, again, I hope we can continue the momentum and the hard work. Keeping it informal today, we're going to just dive in. Pick up where we left off. I did redo the vision, and we'll have that prepared for you this morning. If you look at the strategic planning, yesterday we identified and did an initial cut of a draft for a vision, which is the destination for our trip to the future, looking out 15 years. We're going to start this morning on the mission, which is the purpose and parameters about how the city should operate. And what its mission is. So we're going to start in section 8. And again, it's in the framework of a set of principles that should guide daily operations from your perspective as a board of directors. There are a series of principles. Again, they came from our interviews. It came from meeting with the leadership in both GRU and general government. It also came from my other interactions with charter officers and their interviews. So the principles are build a community, services responsive to neighbors in our community, financially responsible, neighbor-focused manner, partnership with our neighbors, and engaging neighbors and community builders. So these are aimed at guiding the daily operations, particularly as you implement your services and strategic plan. So I'm going to go to page 4 to start with. In section 8, page 4. And the principle is build the community. The purpose of city government is to build community. What does that mean? On page 4, creating an equitable, inclusive community with all neighbors feeling respected and included. Build community means creating a sustainable Gainesville community for the future through an equitable lens. 3 is creating an inclusive Gainesville community with all neighbors feeling respected. Developing relationships between city government and the neighbors and the entire Gainesville community based upon mutual trust and respect. Providing well-designed, well-built, and well-maintained city infrastructure and facilities. Build community means responding to Gainesville community and neighbor needs. Number 7 is anticipating issues, challenges, and opportunities through an equitable lens. defining and being guided by Gainesville's vision, goals, core values, and action agenda. It's delivering distinctive services and programs that distinguish the Gainesville community. Number 10 is supporting a welcoming and culturally diverse community. Number 11 is supporting a community that values multi-generational families, creating a beautiful and unique place to live, creating a safe community for the community as a whole, every neighbor and neighborhood and every neighbor. Providing directly and through partnerships a range of leisure time opportunities for all, enhancing home and property values, and working as a whole city team, charter officers, city management, departments, community builders, and volunteers. That's what I heard. Question, comments, or additions here on this is a purpose of city government? Anybody want to jump in? I know this is a jump in, no warm up today. Any comments on this or changes? I see 5 of you. None? Are you ready to pick some out of this? Give me a thumbs up.
Do it, Lo.
Gigi, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, Lyle, what page are we on?
Section 8, page 4 and 5. It's under the mission, which is what should be the purpose of city government. Got it?
Okay. Yep.
Good. Are you ready to move on?
How many we doing here, Lo?
Give me the 8 that you feel are most important.
I'm driving, so I'm not going to be able to take part in this exercise at scale.
We'll get you when you get back. I'll get your when you get settled in, Gail.
Okay.
One question I had is 1 and 3 distinctive enough, or are they the same?
Those are really close. Well, yeah. I mean, I'd be fine combining this.
Because it really, the respected is already covered. And you okay with taking out 3, folks? Give me a thumbs up.
Hey, Lyle, I have a question.
Sure.
Do we have anything to reflect on this about, because I was looking at number 8, defining and being guided by the Gainesville Vision goals, core values,
Yep.
and action agenda. Should we consider something like in listening to our neighbors or listening to our residents and adding something to include the neighbors and residents in our...
That is principle 6. It is called engaging neighbors and community builders. And it
Okay.
starts off with listening there as well.
Okay.
You want to add it here as well?
We don't have to if it's already in another
It's
principle.
covered as a major principle.
Okay. Okay.
It's one of the principles.
Okay.
Harvey, you ready to go?
No, the more I read it, the more I realize there is nothing about our commitment to the environment in this. The word sustainable appears once as an add-on, essentially.
Okay.
That's not enough. That's not
What's
why.
that, number 17 then? What is it?
I'm not sure of the verb, but the nouns need to include things like climate change and sustainable development and carbon footprint. And natural resources. I mean, we did a great job with some things on here, but an enormous piece of Gainesville is missing.
Let me write, give me a moment to write, and then let me fire it back at you.
Okay. Also, there's nothing about green space and parks anywhere in here, is there? I mean, we could interpret some of that as such, but it's not here.
Let me try something, Harvey. For number 17, if you all would add the following: creating a sustainable community by addressing climate change, reducing carbon footprint, and designing sustainable developments. How close is that, Harvey?
That's pretty good. Addressing climate change, reducing carbon footprint,
and designing sustainable developments, or create. So that's how you do it. Okay. And then number 18, I think is different, is preserving and enhancing our natural environment and green spaces. And you want to add parks to that too?
Well, what I want to say is public spaces.
That's better yet. Yeah. So it'd be natural environment and public spaces, Harvey, right?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah.
That's really good. So we're adding two. That is creating a sustainable community by addressing climate change, reducing the community's carbon footprint, and having sustainable design developments designed for sustainability.
Okay.
You want to add 19, something to do with the parks, or does the public spaces cover that?
I'm good with that.
Those are terrific ads.
Thank you.
Any other ads?
I'm wondering if we could combine 2 and 7, creating a sustainable Gainesville community for the future through an equitable lens, and then defining and being guided by Gainesville's vision, goals, and core values. Anticipating issues, challenges, and opportunities through an equitable lens. It seems like the point of both of those is that we make decisions through the equity lens. And I think we could combine those two and just make the making decisions through the equity lens the point.
So it's so we're adding in 7.
I just 7. I think 2 is embedded in 7.
So just keep 7 and drop 2. Is that what you're suggesting, Lauren?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. Any other changes? Yes, Adrian.
So I have a question on exactly. Yesterday was a vision of what Gainesville would be in 2035. How do you envision these guiding principles being used? I guess I don't exactly understand that. I guess
okay. The guiding principles for the vision can be used in everything from service. Looking at how do you enhance your services to achieve the vision? How do you revise? Do you have development standards and developments that reflect what we just talked about? It can guide economic development efforts. It can guide downtown redevelopment. The mission is guiding the daily services by your community builders, guiding how the city operates. That's why these are all verbs. They're not descriptors. So it should guide every department thinking about, how do I build the community? How do I do these things? It's not saying one department is responsible, but it needs to be integrated into all departments' thought processes. And that's what these principles are about. Did that help, Adrian?
Yeah, I guess to an extent, yes.
So this is really guiding operation. I'm going to give you 9 choices, by the way. Gigi, you had a comment?
Yeah, I have two things. For number 12 and 13, could we combine that? Creating a beautiful, unique, and safe community as a whole for every neighborhood and every neighbor. Could we just make that one?
How do others feel about that?
Which one are we doing?
12
Looking
and
at
13.
combining 12 and 13, or keep them separate.
Creating a beautiful, unique, and safe community as a whole for every neighborhood and every neighbor.
I'm comfortable with that.
Others okay? Give me a thumbs up if you're okay. So we'll scratch 13.
And they're kind of different, but I mean, if we can put them all together, I mean, I mean, one's kind of more on safety, the other one's more on like, I guess.
That is correct. That's the focus of them. So you would suggest keeping them separate, Adrian?
We could put them all together. I mean, they're all, I don't have an issue.
Because you could combine them all into one.
I mean, I agree with both of them very strongly. But I'm good with
at this point, Gigi, let's see what they look like, and then
I'm good with putting
end up in the final draft.
And I
just added the number of choices you have too.
So my question is, this is for Lee. Based on the mission and what we're trying to achieve and the vision, will this go across the board to all the departments? Is this one message for everybody, for the whole city?
Yes.
So each individual department, their current mission, their current vision will no longer be, this is going to replace everybody's vision and mission?
That's the plan.
Okay.
That's the plan. It's all on the same page, and everything we do should tie to our vision and our mission.
Okay.
And that would be all the principles, Gigi, too, as you talked about the one in engagement. So everybody starts to think about, how do I incorporate this and take ownership? Even though it's trying to break out of a lot of the silos, I may have a departmental mission that takes this and then adds it specific for our functional responsibilities. But this is broad, getting everybody, what's the mindset that pulls our city team among all charter officers together?
So currently, there's nothing like that in place. Lee?
No, I mean, it's the old, adage that, the police department is to protect and defend, and the fire to put water on the hot stuff, and everybody has their own mission, but we've never really tied it together. So each department will still have their own function, but everybody needs to operate under the vision that the commission sets and the mission that is established by the commission, because and then we carry that out.
And it goes back to one thing that many of you brought up to me, is breaking down the silos and creating one unified city team across all charter officers so that we have a similar mission. We have different services we provide, but the mental framework of an employee, wherever they are, ought to reflect the things that we're talking about here. For example, on building community, what can I do as a city employee, wherever I am, to do these things that we are going to be identifying here on a day-to-day basis? And it ought to challenge and hold folks accountable to that as well. And this is only one of a series of principles on this. Any other questions or comments? Harvey?
Thanks, Lyle. It's important. We've all been moving forward with the idea that we're including the whole city in this, and I want to make sure that Ed hears that. I mean, this is part of unifying us as a city, not two separate organizations.
Right.
In my opinion.
We have different functional responsibilities, but it is that broader framework that we all, and it creates sort of a culture, Harvey. It's the mindset for how I approach that function. Right.
So, and when I say that, I don't say that as any kind of challenge to anybody, but I want to make sure that all the charters, hear that we as the board intend for this to be an umbrella that encompasses all city functions and everything that is within our purview.
Yep.
All right.
That's the intent. And it can guide creative activities and break down some of the silos that have traditionally been there. Other comments here? Adrian.
Yeah, I guess one of the things that in building community, I don't know if it would go here or not, but supporting our employees for trying new things and kind of I do want us to support kind of a culture of internal entrepreneurship and being able to create new things for employees and try new things, and internal innovation as well. I don't know if this would be a good place to put that guiding principle.
We put it. It could go in a couple of places.
Yeah. I think I want to make sure that I want to support a culture where sometimes it's okay for our employees to fail because they tried something and then they can try something again and it's not the end of the world. So it won't change anything if you fail when you try things.
So Adrian,
go ahead, Gigi.
So what about adding something also in that we support advancement and giving them the skills and the tools to move forward. In addition to entrepreneurial, maybe we try to give them the tools they need to reach another level within the organization. Yeah. Support them in their efforts to go higher and to reach goals.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both for their careers, I think, but also programs that they're creating as well. Right. Yeah.
Part of that, Adrian, on yours, if you go to page 11 here, page 10, number 4 under neighbor focus. Number 4 is looking a culture that looks for innovative and creative ways. It gets at some of the things, but it's under the delivering of services on a daily basis.
Okay.
But going back to Gigi, maybe 19 is providing tools for community builders. Is that what you're talking about? Tools and development opportunities?
Yeah. That sounds great.
Tools and development opportunities.
Providing tools and development opportunities
for community builders and employees / employees. Any other comments here?
Yeah, Lyle, I'm not a comment. I had to step out just for a second there to deal with the child with scissor incident. What Adrian said is really, really important to me, creating a supportive culture for folks where it's okay to fail. And then you were saying we're going to maybe address that in another.
Yes, it's under the neighbor focus.
Great. Yeah.
Well, it's also under the principle too. If you look at both items 4 and 11.
Okay, I'm fine with it, as long as it's somewhere.
Number 4 is creating a city organization culture that emphasizes creative thinking and innovative actions, which is pretty close to what you were talking about, Adrian, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Lyle, Ed Vilarski has his hand up.
Ed?
Yeah, I
are you?
I understand. I was questioned about something. Was I supposed to respond to that?
Ed, we're just making sure everybody's on the same page. Organization's the organization. We're not divided and separated.
Oh, okay. Okay. But I while I'm on here, I would say that, GRU is fully behind, having this set of principles across the organization. I think that's how we operate now. I think since I've been here, this is the best group of charters in terms of working as a team. We get together and we have, a set of principles that's not unlike what you're developing now for the organization. Now, when we get down to our level of implementing these things, we take on different roles. I mean, we report to FERC. We have to do things, in accordance with different standards, but we still employ this concept across the organization. So I think it's important for you all to understand that. I mean, I will say that when I hear, promoting innovation and being able to make mistakes, that type of thing, that makes me feel a little queasy. We operate, big pieces of equipment and things that can hurt people. We don't allow people to make mistakes, and there's consequences associated with that. So I want to make sure that that's kind of put in the right context. So
yeah, but that's in other cities that have that, safety becomes a big issue for like your function.
That's exactly it. It can't impact
safety. Fire as well. All right, Adrian, you had a hand up.
Yeah, I just want to. Of course, I don't want you to fail on a coal plant or something like that. I mean, we have on the general government side, there's a police department. They can't fail on multiple things, or a fire department. So I think that's taking it too literally, and that's a little worrisome. Then if you're jumping to that direction, because it's not really about oh yeah, we want to go. Let's go. How are we going to fail on a big NASA machine or something like that? It's how do we think about processes and things like that, or even when you're talking about customer service, you've tried things in your customer service departments, and some of them have failed and some of them have worked. And I think that is what I'm talking about, not and I'm worrisome if you think that's what I'm trying to talk about, if you think that I want to fail at a power plant or something like that. There are certain areas where we have to do that, and certain areas where there's more leeway in terms of what can be allowed to fail and not fail.
Okay, that's fair.
And number 19 really is more appropriate, that providing the tools and development opportunities for community builders really goes on page 7. I'm adding it as number 16, and I'll get it to you when we get there. So we have 18 on the list, and we've scratched. We've combined 2 with 7, and we've scratched 3. Any other comments here?
So we're changing 19 to 16 on page 7. So we scratched 19.
You got it. I've got it copied over there, and I'll read it when we get there. Any others? Give me this 9 that you feel are most important. If you can't find 9, you don't need to give me 9. Harvey.
Okay. 1, 5, 7, 8, 10, 13, 16, 17, 18.
Got it. Lauren?
1, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, that combination, 16, 1718.
What was 17 and 18?
17 is creating a sustainable community by addressing climate change, reducing the community and city's carbon footprint, and having developments designed for sustainability.
Okay.
18 is preserving and enhancing our natural environment and public spaces, plural. Did that help, Adrian? Raina, you ready?
1,
Yep.
4, 5.
Yep.
Oh, 2, 7, the 2 that was up there. 10,
Okay.
11, 12, 13, 16, sorry, 17, 18, not 16.
Not 16. Okay.
1, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, and 17.
Okay. Adrian?
1, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, 16, 17, 18.
Okay. Gail, are you in a place where you can respond?
I don't see her in the room.
Thanks. He's
What about
transitioning
David?
from car to now.
What about David? Anybody see him?
Yeah, David's here.
He is? I don't know. Oh, there he is. He
Yeah, I'm
popped
here,
on.
but I
No
also am
picture.
driving, and I right this moment cannot take my eyes
Okay.
off the road. Yep.
What we've identified, you all, is number 1 is creating an equitable, inclusive community with all neighbors feeling respected and included. Number 5 is providing well-designed, well-built, well-maintained city infrastructure and facilities. Number 7 is anticipating issues, challenges, opportunities through an equitable lens. Number 10 is supporting a welcoming and culturally diverse community. Number 12 and 13 is creating a beautiful and unique, safe place, safe community for safe community. I'm gonna have to clean up the language on it. Number 16 is working as a whole city team, charter officers, community builders, and volunteers. 17 is creating a sustainable community by addressing climate change, reducing the community and city carbon footprint, and having developments designed for sustainability. And number 18 is preserving, enhancing our natural environment and public spaces. Those really stood out. Hi, Gail. How are you?
I'm good. Can you let me know what page we're on?
We are on page 4 in section 8, Gail.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Lyle, I have a comment,
Sure.
and I guess we're going to allow Gail and David to go back and look at this section. But
Yes, we are.
I think number 4 should be in there in this list. Developing relationships between the city government and the neighbors, entire Gainesville community based upon mutual trust and respect. So I think that needs to be added.
We'll see what it does when we get their votes, okay?
All right, thank you.
It still has opportunity there.
It has one for me, Gigi, if it helps.
Okay, thanks, Raina.
All right, Gail, let me go through them with you. Gail, you there? There you are.
Yeah, would you mind just going through the ones that were added? I think you added up
Yeah,
to
I'm going to go through the changes there, Gail.
Okay.
scratch 2,
Okay.
scratch 3.
Okay.
2 is included in number 7.
Okay.
Then we've combined, or there's discussion of combining, in the votes they did combine them, 12 and 13. It's creating a beautiful, unique place and safe community, number 12 and 13.
Okay.
We've added 17 is creating a sustainable community
Okay.
by addressing climate change, reducing the community and cities' carbon footprint,
Okay.
and having sustainable or developments designed for sustainability.
Okay.
And then 18 is preserving and enhancing our natural environment. So it's preserving, enhancing our natural environment and public spaces.
Okay.
Okay? And
Yep.
you get 9 choices there, Gail.
9. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I'm ready.
Fire away.
So 1 and 1, 4, 7, 10, 11, 12 and 13 together. 16 and 17.
Got it.
Is that 9? It should be.
Yep.
Okay.
And we'll get David's when he gets there to a point. Go to 2, principle 2. And this is services responsive to neighbors and our community. What does this mean? Focusing on core municipal responsibilities, hiring, developing, and retaining a top quality, world-class city workforce, providing city services that build the community, creating a city organization culture that emphasizes creative thinking and innovative action. It means knowing and creating best practices that benefit the Gainesville community. It is taking responsibility, delivering results, and being accountable for decisions and actions. It is following through and supporting the mayor's, city commission's policy direction and priorities. It means going the extra mile to provide municipal services. It means using state-of-the-art technology to better serve the Gainesville community. It's maintaining and exceeding professional and nationally recognized standards. Going to the next page, page 7, number 11, is exploring and evaluating new innovations to enhance city service and service delivery. Having the city work together as a highly effective organization team. Empowering city community builders as they deliver city services to make decisions and take actions. Number 14 is partnering with private and community organizations to provide human and social services responsive to the community needs. It's streamlining and improving city regulations and process to better serve neighbors and to increase city organization productivity. And number 16 we added, Gigi, was providing the tools and development opportunities for community builders. Comments here? Harvey.
Thanks, Lyle. Under 14, and maybe I'm missing it somewhere else, but we need to not only partner with private and community organizations, but primarily with other governmental entities.
So yeah, good.
Government and educational entities, I guess.
We'll combine those two, government and educational entities.
Right, because without, I mean,
that's a good point.
We can't do much of anything without, we can't reach what we want without partnering with the county and the school board and UF and Santa Fe. We're just not going to get where we would like to be without leveraging every resource.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to reach that vision that we talked about yesterday without those partnerships being in the mindset as we approach our delivering services.
Yep.
So we'll add that as well. Good. What other adds or changes? Any others?
So
just how many do we get here, Lyle?
We're going to give you 9.
Oh, okay.
Harvey.
Is there somewhere else as we go forward that where we could specifically talk about, I don't know a better way to put it than worker rights, supporting all our 2,200 workers, and or is this the right place to create something like that?
This is probably a right place to create it.
Okay. So
if it doesn't work here, we can try it in another one too, Harvey. So what do you want number 17 to read?
Something like creating a culture where our community builders are supported and empowered. And I know we used empowered somewhere else in here.
Yeah, it's the one is empowered to make decisions.
So I want to.
Number 13 is empowered.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that we support them and give them us, all the community builders, everybody who's drawing a city paycheck, that we support them not only for their production for the neighbors, but as valued parts of our community and valued individuals. And I'm rambling here. I don't know exactly how I want to say it, but that we support and trust and value them.
Would that be part of how you do too, then? Is it hiring, developing, and retaining, or do you want them to know that we value them as more than employees?
Yeah, I want something more than how you fit into the machine, but that we care about you.
Try number 17 as valuing and caring every community builder. I know that's very simple, but is that getting at part of the message there?
Valuing and caring for every community.
Oh, you use the word valuing, supporting, and caring for every community builder. Does that make sense? So yes, it's valuing, supporting, and caring.
That's 90% of it.
Do you want to put like outside of the employment context? Because I think what you're getting at is like as people, not as employees.
Yeah. Well, as both. I mean, as as workers. We recognize that you're part of the organism that is the city of Gainesville, but we care about you when you go home too. And where this fits in is that's the place where we talk about healthcare and about health insurance and other benefits and that sort of thing.
Let me try continuing on then, Harvey. Valuing, supporting, and caring about you as a community builder and as a person.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
I'm good with that.
Because it's saying I'm caring about you, so it's specific to you, whoever that may be, both as a community builder, but also your personal well-being.
Yes.
Is that getting closer to it?
Almost. So about you as, say the last part again.
Yeah, it's valuing, supporting, and caring about you as a community builder and as a person.
As a community builder, as a neighbor, and as a person.
Ah, that's a good one.
That works for me.
So we've got 3: as a community builder, as a neighbor, and as a person.
Yes. Thank you.
And it's a personal statement. We care about you. Adrian.
So the point about neighbors, do we want we're using the context of neighbors as people who live inside the Gainesville. Do we want our employees to live in Gainesville?
I do.
I think our employees should live in Gainesville. I don't think our employees should be living outside the city limits. Especially, so I think we should look at ways to.
That becomes a mechanism for, if that is valued, what do we need to do to achieve that, fulfill this mission? I think would be the best way to put it.
It's not restrictive, but it opens a door.
Yes, it does. And that's why we're talking about this. Any other comments on this or additions? We've got 17 here, everybody. You've added 16 and 17. Give me the 9 here that are most important for you.
Hold on. Let me add one comment. Sure. Not that we need to write it down, Lyle, but when we talk about a desire for city workers, community builders to be a part of the Gainesville community, not only during work hours, but in general, that creates a responsibility on us as a commission to create a city where our city workers can afford to live as well and be comfortable.
And want to live, yep.
Right. So it works both ways.
That gets into the how we get that, how we actually institutionalize this mission.
Yes.
All right, give me 9, folks. Lauren.
4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So did we make that last one?
17.
17.
It's 17 is the valuing, supporting, and caring about you as a community builder, as a neighbor, and as a person. Yes, Adrian.
1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 11, 12, 14, 15.
Gail, you ready?
I'm ready. 3, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17.
Got it. Raina?
Yep. 1, 2.
Yep.
5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 14, 17.
Lyle, can you repeat 16?
Sure. It's providing the tools and the development opportunities for all community builders. That's the one we brought over from the other one.
Okay, I'm gonna go with 3, 4, 6, 11, 16, and 5, and 2.
Okay. Who am I missing? Harvey.
Ready. All right. 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 12, 13, 14, 17.
Okay. David, are you with us yet? Does anybody?
He's not. Well, he's not in.
Thank you. Should I wait for his votes?
He's not even in the room, so we can come back around.
Or do you want me to give you one more choice? Because I need some tiebreakers.
Let's move on to the next principle.
All right, the ones that did come out so far are 2, 4, 5, 7. So it's 2 is hiring and developing, retaining top quality workforce. 4 is creating an organization culture that emphasizes creative thinking and innovative actions. 5 is knowing and creating best practices that benefit the community. Number 7 is following through and supporting the mayor and city commission's policy directions and priorities. Number 11 is exploring and evaluating new innovations to enhance city services and service delivery. Number 14. What?
I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself.
Number 12 is having a city working together as a highly effective organization team. And number 14 is partnering with private community organizations, other governmental and education entities to provide human and social services responsive to community needs. There's several others that have 3 votes, but did not get to 4. So we'll pick up a couple, hopefully with David's votes. So Lauren will leave those and we'll add his. If I need tiebreakers at that time, we'll recycle back. Is that fair?
Sounds good.
Going to financially responsible mission, part of the mission. On page 8, still in section 8, developing and following adopted city financial policies, developing a fiscally responsible annual budget. The mission is to providing the resources necessary to support define neighbor service and service levels. Those are ones that are defined in your budget by you as the mayor and commission. Investing in the maintenance and upgrade in the city's infrastructure and facilities, maintaining strong financial reserves consistent with national standards, having competitive compensation for all community builders, operating in a business-like service business, using debt in a fiscally responsible manner, maintaining a high bond rating, delivering city services in an efficient, cost-effective manner. Going to page 9, number 11, is acting as a fiscally responsible stewards of community resources, leveraging public and government partnerships. Probably should community, and we ought to add, to be consistent here, Harvey, is governmental entities. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If we're going to have continuity here.
Yeah.
So we'll add governmental and educational entities to expand available community and city resources, having positive collaborative relations with community builder organizations. That's your unions. It's having a predictable and reasonable general fund transfer from GRU, reducing city debt through refinancing options, developing and using outcome-based performance metrics, using the data to enhance productivity, quality of neighbor services, and streamlining city processes and systems, having the users paying for services received and minimizing city subsidies, and diversifying the city revenue sources, including a possible franchise fee. Again, these came from charter officers, GRU, general government all. Adrian.
So what, on number 9, having and maintaining a high bond rating, I guess some people have different definitions of what a high bond rating is. And I guess, what are we defining as a high bond rating if it's going to be one of our...
Lee, do you want to respond to that?
You're on mute, Lee.
Sorry. If from my standpoint, it's a AA or higher.
So maybe we ought to be that specific.
Scale.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I weigh in on that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the cases where there actually are 2 separate bond ratings. The general government's not the same as GRU. I agree with you, Adrian. That's kind of a slippery slope. I mean, it really needs to be balanced with reserves and other financial constraints. I think of it more in terms of being as high as possible given things such as rates, property taxes, all the other elements.
I guess what for GRU?
Lauren? Go ahead, Adrian, then Lauren. Go ahead, Adrian.
For the GRU bonds, what do you consider being a high bond rating, or to meet this definition, I guess? Would it
Well,
be
since we have 2 AA- and 1 A+, I think AA-.
a high bond rating right now?
Yeah, given the size of our debt, and
Well, I guess, okay.
because I think there is some downward pressure on that. That's all.
Yeah, and one of the things that I learned from GRU, Adrian, and Ed, is number 15 is reducing city debt through refinancing options, which you, Ed, you guys did a lot of this past year or so, right?
Yeah, and what I'd say to that is, I don't know if refinancing options are necessarily the venue going forward, but it is part of our mission to reduce the debt through multiple methodologies.
Maybe change it to that, Ed?
Sure.
I guess another question was number 7, operating in a business-like service business. Business-like is not really a defined, I guess, what is the definition of business-like? Because, I mean, business is usually as a, at least in the United States, is a how to maximize profit.
I have no clue, because that was just a comment made by one of the commissioners. So,
okay. I guess, what does business-like mean?
Commissioners? Lee?
Government ain't business. Business ain't government.
You want to scratch it?
Yeah, and I agree with Adrian's assumption. Businesses is to maximize profit. So I don't agree with this.
So it's gone. 7 is toast. I had Lauren and then Harvey. And then now David.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll get there with the rest of you, but I would like to scratch 9. If the bond rating becomes your primary focus, you're missing everything else. And so if we tell general government and GRU as they prepare their annual budgets that we have a high emphasis on a high bond rating, they're going to come back to us with a budget that raises rates and raises property taxes, because that's how you get there. You jack up your reserves, you have a significant revenue stream coming in. I mean, you guys have been through this a bunch of times. You know what the metrics are for getting a higher bond rating. There's a big trade-off there. And so some of this stuff, I just don't feel like it belongs in this level of a document. I think things like proposing a budget to the commission that is fiscally responsible and achieves the goals of the commission embeds these things in it. We want a high bond rating because it puts us, first of all, it's an indication that we're in a financially stable position, but also it reduces the cost of borrowing. But we don't want so high a bond rating that it's causing increases in rates and increases in taxes and reserves larger than what is really necessarily appropriate for a city our size.
So let's see if anybody wants. You're suggesting scratching 9, right?
Yeah, and I'm happy to let people vote for it. But then the other one, Lyle, was...
Let me test on that, because several have commented. Are you all comfortable scratching 9? Give me a thumbs up if you are.
I have a question on that, Lauren. Would you consider maybe not having maintaining a high bond rating, but have something to the effect that we would not want to go under a certain bond rating? We don't want to lose ground in a certain rating, like we don't want to be below a A, or that's just too technical. For me, Gigi, that's trying to predict the future. So if we have some sort of crisis and we have to spend down reserves, and so we're saying, no, I can't spend down reserves because it'll lower our bond rating. I just think that needs to be an annual discussion, but it's part of a much bigger discussion.
It was a good discussion. Lee, you were waving at me?
Yeah, I was just going to comment that bond ratings are more than just reserves, at least on the general government side. So they're looking at our general economy, diversification of economy, poverty rates, all those things that the commission has talked about.
And commission actions too, and behavior.
So I just wanted to make sure, everybody understood it was more than just, reserves and tax rates and stuff.
I understand. I was just trying to be illustrative there. The other 15.
Let me try to get closure on this one, and then we'll go to your next one. So how many would remove 9? Give me a thumbs up.
Harvey had a question.
Okay.
Bond ratings are policies. They're not principles. There is no person or successful organization has as part of their principles, their guiding beliefs, that they want good credit. I mean, it's a good thing to do, but it's not why you exist. It's not a principle of who you are.
So that's your thumbs up on that one.
It is my we don't want 9 because it belongs, but it doesn't belong as a guide.
You're saying it's captured in 1, the financial policies.
Yeah, it's captured in a number of things. I don't want to hijack this, but my thought was that 8, 9, and 15 could be at least obliquely addressed together. But
But that 8 probably best captures it, is using it in a fiscally responsible manner.
Yeah.
All right, going back to 9. Let me see thumbs up on eliminating 9. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 9 is gone. Lauren, you had another one.
Basically, just all the same things that were just said about 15. Reducing debt is a constant. If we have the opportunity to reduce debt because it's going to save us money, then we're going to do it. The commission doesn't need to like set that out as a guiding principle. That's just sound financial practices. So I don't know. It's just
don't vote for it.
Yeah,
that's the easiest way.
That's fine with me. Yep.
Raina, did your hand up? Am I doing better on your name today? We'll work on it. Any other comments? Give me the 9. Yes, Harvey.
So we moved on to other questions, or are we still on?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
right. So on 18, again, I'm not. That sounds a lot like policy to me. Specifically, the part about including a possible franchise fee sounds like policy as opposed to principle. But is there a specific? It sounds like we're talking about a specific possible franchise fee. Would we?
Well, maybe it's just diversifying city revenue sources. Period.
I would prefer to say that. I would prefer to just go with the first phrase.
Let's do it.
And you already addressed adding government and educational entities into 12.
Yep, I already wrote those.
Okay. Yeah, and we already got rid of 7. Okay, good.
Any other comments? Ed or Lee, do you have any other comments on this one? Either one of you?
I do not.
No, I mean, but I would concur with, taking some of these ideas that are good, sound financial practice off the idea of being a principal. I concur with that.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Any others? Give me 9 here, folks.
I'm ready, Lyle.
Fire, Gigi.
Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Adrian?
2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 18.
What was that? Is it after 14?
16 and 18.
15 you said, or 16?
1, 6.
Got it. Thank you. And 18. Got it. Harvey?
3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 16.
What was your last one?
1, 6.
Got it.
I'll go ahead and go.
Gigi?
I just want to say something real quick, Lyle. I didn't see number 10, and I wanted to take off number 11 and put 10.
Got it.
Well, no, I'm sorry, not 11. Take off 12.
Okay, got it.
And put 10.
Gail.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
You ready, Gail?
Yep.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 10, 11, 16, 18.
Got it. Lauren?
1, 2, 3, 4. 6.
Okay.
11, 12. 14, 16.
Okay. Who am I missing? I get all you. David, do you have yours?
Yeah, I've been playing catch up. Can you just remind me which principle?
We're on section 8, principle 3, and we're going to get your and Gail's votes on 1 and 2. Maybe do that right before the break, and you can do it while we break.
Okay. Well, I've got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 12.
And
I'm having issues with my camera right now, so I'll try to get that going.
Okay. Do I have everybody's?
Nope.
Raina?
okay. 1, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17.
Okay. The big winners here are: 1 is developing and following adopted financial policies. 2 is developing a fiscally responsible annual budget. 3 is providing the resources necessary to support and define neighbor services and levels of service. 4 is investing in the maintenance and upgrade in the city's infrastructure and facilities. Number 6 is having competitive compensation for all community builders. 8 is using debt in a fiscally responsible manner. Number 10 is delivering city services in an effective, cost-effective manner. Number 12 is leveraging public, private sector, community partners, or community, governmental, and educational entity partnerships to expand available community and city resources. 14 is having a predictable, reasonable general fund transfer from GRU. And number 16 is developing and using outcome-based performance metrics, using the data to enhance productivity, quality of neighbor services, and streamline the city processes and systems. Those are the ones that came out. Adrian?
All right. What were the ones before 6? Do you want to get the numbers of those?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, thank you.
And Ginger ought to be happy. Number 16 was one she and I talked about quite a bit. So bring in. Ready to go to the next one is neighbor focused. What does this mean? Listening to the whole community. We're on page 10 now. Knowing and understanding our diverse community. Having well-informed neighbors, understanding city government. Looking for innovative and creative ways to get to yes. Taking time to explain, especially when the answer is no. Being sensitive to the neighbor's needs, concerns, and feelings. Being recognized as a leader in neighbor services. Seeking feedback from neighbors and learning from their experiences. Anticipating the needs of our neighbors. Providing a timely and appropriate response to emergency and non-emergency and emergency calls for service. Number 11 is using data to better serve neighbors in the Gainesville community. Regularly surveying the community, neighbors, and community builders. Demonstrating compassion and caring about the neighbors. Going the extra mile to serve our neighbors and the community and neighbors better. And working with neighbors to provide services, to solve problems, and to address community issues. And on 13, it probably should be our neighbors, since to be consistent in the document. Comments, changes here. Harvey.
How about we combine 4 and 5?
Comments from others on that?
I think they're both really important, but I don't think they need to be separate. They're part of the two sides of the same coin.
I've got 3 in front of me with thumbs up. So just vote for 4. We'll scratch 5, and it will combine those 2.
Thank you.
Comments on others? Raina.
So for, what's the number? For 8 and 12, I think they're roughly, like, if you're surveying, but then also seeking feedback. I understand one is only from the neighbors and not as well from our community builders, but I think seeking feedback from them on situations and way forward, they're very close together to either be combined or I think they have the same objective.
The reason those were separated, at least initially, and then see if there's other comments on it, was the survey is more of a formal, a lot of communities I work with will do either biannual surveys of the community versus feedback is getting feedback from that interaction on a day-to-day basis. So those were 2. But do you want to combine those, Commission? I see 1 thumbs up.
Combine which ones?
We're combining number 8 and number 12. Lee, do you have any comments on that? Nope. Okay. So 12 will be combined with number 8. So don't vote for 12.
Lyle, I have a question.
Sure.
For number 3, can
Yep.
you explain that to me? It says having well-informed neighbors understand the city government mission. What about neighbors that are not well-informed?
This is trying to do whatever you can to inform everybody. That's what this one's about. Is that clear?
I don't understand the sentence. Having well-informed.
One of the things that a lot of cities struggle with is we have a very civic illiterate population. They may think you're responsible for county functions. They may not even know who you are. They may think if they're from the north that you have responsibilities for the school district even. So this is helping your neighbors understand what is the purpose of city government. What are your services? How do you finance it? Many folks will complain about my taxes are too high. And they look at it and the city may only be that portion of their total property tax bill. So number 3 is the city reaching out in a proactive way to really inform neighbors about what's going on, program services, finances for the city. Does that help at all?
Oh, I mean, I totally get it. I'm just saying the wording of the sentence. I think we should maybe put informing our neighbors on how to understand government or something like that. Not having well-informed.
Informing neighbors.
Something to that effect. Way to start That's whatever the commit. I mean, does everybody think we should?
I'm seeing some heads nod, so I'm going with that nod.
Okay.
So it's informing neighbors about city government.
Yeah.
Does that make it?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Gail. And then Adrian.
Okay. So I'm going to explain what I see as, a challenge, and then you can help me put it into words in the, as part of the principle. So I think that we have a very vocal subset of neighbors, and we make many decisions based on that group of folks. And I think that we need to be really intentional about getting other people's perspectives, even though it takes extra time, extra work, maybe extra resources to do that. But I think it's really important to be able to just have that input to make good decisions.
I think that is maybe captured in Principle 6, Gail, engaging our neighbors.
So being sensitive to neighbors' needs, concerns, and feelings?
No, Principle 6. There's one coming up on engaging.
Oh.
It's a whole principle on engaging the whole community.
Great, thank you.
So that I think a lot of the things you were just talking about are captured on that engaging the whole and entire community and all neighbors.
Okay.
Because I think what I was hearing, that is an important mission for the city. It shouldn't be buried under something else, that whole issue of engagement.
Yep. Okay. Perfect. Thanks.
Okay. Harvey, you were next, and then Adrian.
Real quick, can we add on 14, going the extra mile to serve our community, community builders and neighbors better? Appetite for that?
Everybody okay with that? Since folks are writing, I assume they bought into it, Harvey.
What'd you say again?
We'll add community builders to number 14.
Okay.
Adrian.
I mean, the section is about neighbors, though, not community builders, but okay.
This is focusing on neighbors.
Yeah. So one of the things I think we don't do the greatest at is constituent services by the commission. And how, I don't know if this is the best place to make that. It probably is, because neighbors are the ones we are responsible to.
Yep.
But I think that is something that we should make as one of our principles of.
How would you like it worded, Adrian?
To write it, but we fail at that. I think it's because we don't have enough resources. So I think putting it as a principle so we can get more resources for it. But I don't know if anybody has any ideas.
So how would you like that worded, Adrian?
I'm not sure. Harvey, do you have an idea?
Developing a system for developing and implementing a system for commission-based constituent services.
How about we throw in their high level of constituent-based services?
Yeah.
Can we not call them constituents? Can we call them neighbors?
Yeah, but the reason I like constituent services is that that's a cross-platform accepted industry term for us elected folks. They use it in Tallahassee, they use it in DC. It's an industry term.
Just trying to change the industry.
No, I hear you, but there's a specific thing we're trying to achieve with that, I think.
So it's developing and implementing commission-based constituent services.
A system for high level, for delivery of a, I need to see it.
Yeah, for delivery of commission-based constituent services.
High level of constituent-based services or neighbor-based services.
What was that, Adrian?
A high level of constituent-based services or neighbor-based services. We could do a slash in there.
That's
parenthetical.
That's
just as a question, how many do we get?
You're going to get 9 again.
Oh, okay.
These are, I think, are really trying to give us some real richness to for your employees. So we added number 16. Is that right for everybody? It's developing and implementing a system for delivering a high level of or commission-based high level of constituent/neighbor services. I'll clean up the language, but that's the essence of it. Any other comments? Adrian, do you have any others? Anyone?
I have something loud.
Sure.
For number 2,
yeah,
when we're knowing and understanding our diverse community, Should we have something like knowing and understanding our diverse community needs or concerns or something to that effect? Because it's so broad, knowing and understanding our diverse community. Like in what way? Because
it's dealing with everything, not just their needs, it's their feelings, it's understanding the history there as well. As we talked about yesterday, the historical context of this. So it's
so knowing and understanding our diverse community whole. I don't know. I just think it's just too open-ended, which is fine.
What would you add to it?
Well, you made a great point because we want to talk. We want to understand the historical context. We want to understand,
which we talked about yesterday.
Which we talked about. So maybe wholeheartedly, I don't know. Understanding, knowing our diverse community. Anybody have any suggestions
on what Gigi's bringing up? Anyone?
I mean, it's hard to narrow it down because when you start, you leave something out because it is. It's like we should know what we're doing right too. There might be things we're doing right that we want to continue, not just concerns and needs too.
Right.
Yeah.
And as you talked about being a welcoming community for international families, not just faculty and students too, yesterday as part of the vision as well. It may be, Gigi, into the methodology about how if this is something that we value, then how do we then institutionalize that into our daily practice in our city operations? Lee, do you have any comments on what the point Gigi's bringing up?
So I think she brings up a really good point, and the whole philosophy we're trying to do is to have our community builders put themselves into the shoes of our neighbors so that they can better have that understanding. But that's going to come a lot with training.
Which gets at the means for implementing this. Is that correctly or?
Correct.
I'm not sure we're addressing the specifics there. But I think, as Adrian pointed out, if we start, we may leave something out too.
Yeah, so I would just add one word. I would say knowing, understanding, and valuing our diverse community.
You okay with adding that, folks?
I like that.
Good. So we're adding valuing there to number 2.
Yeah.
Any other changes or comments? David, any from you? I can't see you, so see if you have any comments.
Yeah, I can. If we're ready, I can give you my numbers.
Anybody else comments? All right, David, you want to give me your numbers?
1, 2, 8, 9, and 13.
Okay. And again, it's up to 9. Gail, you ready to go?
Yeah.
Now, excuse me, Gail, before you go, I don't mean to interrupt. Lee, for knowing, understanding, valuing, and how about empowering our diverse community?
I'd have no objection to that.
Okay.
Sorry, Gail.
You're good.
Nope. Fire away, Gail.
1, 2, I think 4 and 5 are together. 8, 9, 10, 13, 15, and 16.
Got it. Harvey.
3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 16.
Got it. Raina?
2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16.
Got it. Lauren?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 13, 15, 16.
Got it. Adrian, you ready?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 16.
David, did you have any others you wanted to add? Since you didn't give me 9.
Sure, I can. Uh, 10, 14, and 11.
Okay, thank you. All right, 7 came out. I think I got everybody's. They are 2.
No, I haven't gone yet.
Yes. Oh, you haven't?
I haven't gone. No.
Good, because I need a tiebreaker. Fire away, GG. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's okay. 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14, and 16.
Good. There are 8 that came out. They are: number 2 is knowing, understanding, valuing, and empowering our diverse community. 3 is informing neighbors about city government. 4 is looking for innovative, creative ways to get to yes, semicolon, taking time to explain, especially when the answer is no. Seeking feedback and surveying our neighbors and learning from their experiences, number 8. Number 9 is anticipating the needs of our neighbors. Number 10 is providing a timely and appropriate response to non-emergency and emergency calls for service. Number 11 is using data, and number 16 is developing and implementing a system for delivery of commission-based high level of neighbor/constituent service. I would like to try a tiebreaker on this. You've got several that are close. If you write at the top of the page the following numbers: 1, 6, 13, 14, and 15. 1, 6, 13, 14, and 15. Out of those, give me 2 that are the most important out of those 5. We're doing a recast on those 5 since they were both all close. Which of those are the 2 most important for you? So it's 1, 6, 13, 14, and 15. Gigi.
14 and 15.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren.
6, 15.
Got it. Raina.
6 and 15.
What was it?
6 and 15.
Got it. Thank you. Adrian.
1 and 15.
Got it. Harvey.
14, 15.
Gail.
Oof. 6 and 15.
And David.
6 and 15 is fine.
We will add number 6, being sensitive to the neighbor's needs, concerns, and fear. 15 is working with neighbors to provide service community issues. We've got 2 more principles. Do you want to do those or take a break at this point?
What's the commission? You want to take a break or you want to power through? Okay, let's take, let's see, my clock reads 9:39. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 9.
David, can I stay on with you for a minute? David?
David? Yeah, yes.
I didn't hear you.
Well, yeah, I was
I'd like
listening
to
to the mayor.
get your, going to the same section, I'd like to get your votes for principles 1 and 2. So if you go to pages 4 and 5, we scratched 2, we've scratched 3.
1, 4, 5,
and we added 2 more. 17 was creating a sustainable community by addressing climate change, reducing the city and community carbon footprint, and having designs for sustainable development. And 18 is preserving and enhancing our natural environment and public spaces.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just double checking. 17 is fine. The other numbers are 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, and 13.
Thank you. And 12 and 13, they discussed and wanted your ideas about combining 12 and 13. So it's beautiful, safe, and unique place.
The trifecta.
You okay with that?
I would hope so.
All right. And then going to principle 2, they added 2 additional ones. They are number 16 is providing the tools and development opportunities for all community builders. And number 17 is valuing, supporting, and caring as community builder, as a neighbor, and as a person.
Did either of those make the cut?
It's up to you.
What does that mean?
What are your votes? Are 9 on 2?
I've got 3, 4, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14.
Okay, is that it?
Go ahead and put 17.
And did I get your votes? I can't remember on principle 3.
Yeah,
I did on that one.
I did.
Is that correct?
3.
Thank you. if you go to page 4, under principle 1, we're adding number 4 is developing relations between the city government, the neighbors, the entire Gainesville community based on mutual trust and respect. So number 4 we'll add that as well. And then going to principle 2, we're adding 2 additional. Number 6, which is taking responsibility, delivering results, and being accountable for decisions and actions. And number 17 is valuing, supporting, and caring about you as a community builder, as a neighbor, and as a person. So those 3 will be added under principles 1 and 2. Those were ones that were close, and with his vote, popped them over. That makes sense?
Yep, thank you.
Any comments there?
Nope.
Going to partnerships with neighbors. We have a long list here of neighbors. So I'm not going to read the first part of it every time, since it's redundant on the first page, if you notice. So it's developing a strong working relationship and collaborating actions to enhance the Gainesville community. 1 is charter officers in all city departments. 2 is all community builders. 3 is community leaders and neighbors. 4 is nonprofit and community organizations. 5 is the University of Florida. 6 is Santa Fe College. 7 is with medical and healthcare community. 8 is neighborhood associations and organizations. 9 is faith-based institutions. 10 is business and economic or economy organizations. Going to the next page with federal government. And the next page is being an advocate. So the first page is all the collaboration. This is being an advocate for Gainesville community with the federal government, state of Florida, Alachua County schools, other governments, and other governmental agencies. Number 12 is having a true partnership with all parties making major contributions and resulting in mutual benefit. Number 13 is having the city of Gainesville speak with one voice, a single message, and having clearly defined partnerships with common goals and defined roles and responsibilities. Lauren, and then Harvey.
Thanks. Can we combine 5 and 6? That's sort of consistent with what we've been doing. Santa Fe and UF.
Harvey?
Can I give all my votes to number 13?
Yeah, that's one that we ended up having with a number of folks discussions on, Harvey, because sometimes there may be in a partnership, but then after a while that partner may go away and you end up doing it all a lot.
No. So the city of Gainesville speaking with one voice.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to 14. So
I don't mean that literally, but if I had to pick just one, that would be it. So yeah, moving Santa Fe and UF to the same thing makes sense. And yeah, that's good.
For me, this one here may take a little different a form, because I'm not sure you want to be that restrictive on your partnerships on page 12. The question is, do you add anything of 11, 12, 13, or 14 as descriptors of that?
Right.
Does that make sense what I just said? So this one could take a little bit of a different format than some of the other principles. Because that based upon the things that I heard, because the partnerships are extremely important, as I heard from you as commissioners and mayor, because that's what's going to help us be successful, achieve our vision, fulfill our mission. Comments from others?
Yeah, I'm just not clear. So is this, are you suggesting that we don't, perhaps you're suggesting we look at page 12 and those 10 items and tell you if we want any eliminated from that list, but we're essentially saying that all of those are priorities and focus our discussion more on 11 through 14.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Are you comfortable with that? Lauren, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah. If we're not going to vote on, we're just going to accept.
No, I don't think. I think that would be not productive based upon, because you're saying all of these. If everybody's wanting to say these are all valued, we ought to leave them all in there.
Yeah.
And if I've missed one, we need to add it. But I think that there's some. Anyway, that's my suggestion. Then we can see whether you want to add as descriptors 11 through 14 or any others. Are you all comfortable with that? You okay with that?
I mean, I just would like to accept all of this as one, if that's possible.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Adrian?
Number 12, making major contributions and resulting in, I mean, some of them that may be difficult for some, I guess. Like, I guess it depends on what a major contribution, like for a neighborhood or something like that, they're not going to be able to contribute I guess it doesn't say equal in there, but I want to make sure that sometimes we have to do more than others, in essence, in what we're in a partnership, and they might do more than us.
And it may be captured more accurately in 14 than Adrian.
Yeah.
Because if we're going to have that partnership, it's defining those responsibilities, what our goals are, and that's and just eliminate 12. Does that make sense? Lauren, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I'm okay with that because I have a problem with the word true in caps and quotes. Like, I don't know what that means really. And then I was going to take out the word major contributions because that's subjective as well. So I'm fine just removing it. Yeah. Embedding.
But it's saying in our partnerships, we need to have defined responsibilities and common goals, whatever those may, and they may vary from partnership to partnership, as Adrian, you were talking about. Otherwise, are you okay with these? Keeping all of them? Gigi, you're okay. Gail, you all right with this? Raina? Harvey? David?
I would go with 14, but it all seems pretty important.
So you're okay?
Okay. Yes.
You're ready to go to 6? Engaging neighbors and community builders. Having stable leadership by the mayor and city commission. You guys alluded to it yesterday in our discussion. Governing with civility and respect for all. In other words, 1 and 2 are really setting a tone in the community. 3 is having a well-informed community through proactive communications using a variety of communications methods. 4 is providing opportunities and processes for neighbors to become engaged in the governance process, providing factual and truthful information and providing a timely response from the city to disinformation or misinformation. Governing that focuses on what is best for the entire Gainesville community. Working as a team for the benefit of the whole community. Involving neighbors through committees, task force, boards, and other advisory bodies in the governance process. Focusing on the community as a whole, making decisions that are best for the whole community. Involving neighbors in planning the community's future, policy development, and service delivery. Going to the next page, page 15. Involving community builders in organization development and process improvement. Providing a timely response to open records requests and operating in an open, transparent, and ethical manner. Comments, additions here. Harvey, and then Lauren, and then Raina.
Thanks, Lyle.
And then Gigi, and then well, let's go. Okay, Harvey.
A few clarifications and just general comments. Number two. So obviously, I feel like I'm trying to govern with civility and respect for everybody. But Donald Trump probably thinks that same thing. So it's subjective. And I'm not sure that including it doesn't end up inviting more rocks to be chucked than it does, metaphorically speaking.
You want to eliminate it?
I don't know. Yes, it's a goal that we should absolutely strive for, and it probably doesn't hurt to put it there. But if you feel like you're not being listened to, you feel like you're not being listened to. You're gonna. It's entirely subjective. If that, which doesn't mean it shouldn't be included, and it is an absolutely worthy goal. But I just don't know.
Comments from others on number 2. Lauren?
Points well taken. I think we could rephrase that to say that we're going to adopt standards for governing with civility and respect. So there's something there on which to base our actions.
Yes, I like that.
And that deals with what Harvey just brought up. Others okay with that? Thumbs up? I see a lot of thumbs up on that. Okay. So it's adopting standards.
For governing, yeah. And then
I had a few
others,
before that. Something about providing tools may be the wrong word, but in number 1, essentially providing tools for stable leadership by the mayor and city commission. So it's one thing for us to be around for a long time and to be actively engaged and to know the job, but we have to make sure that we continue to develop tools like the policy director position that allow us the opportunity and like the constituent services tools to give us
providing tools for stable leadership.
Yeah. Okay. One other one, 12, that's a legal requirement already. A lot of things go without saying, but that one has already been said. So,
Lauren, and then I've got coming down my screen here is then Lauren, Raina, Gail, Gigi, and then Adrian, and David's not on my screen, and I'm not sure. Now I'll go to him. So, Lauren.
I'm fine. My point was about open records, number 12 as well.
Raina?
Stupid mic.
There we go.
My concern is number 9. So focusing on the community as a whole, making decisions that are best for the whole community. Some decisions are not going to be best for the whole community. They're going to be best for a community that is historically underserved. So I take issue with just this in general? Or
you have a suggestion either to eliminate it or change it?
I think making decisions that are best for the community in question for the issue. Because I think back to like when I was advocating for language things, that in the big picture is good for the whole community. But I couldn't explain to, Harvey, I definitely need there to be Spanish. And Harvey's like, that doesn't affect me. Why are you yelling about it? Sorry, Harvey, you were my first pick on the screen. But I think.
Pick on the old guy, sure.
That's exactly it. But I think it's just, it needs to be written, making best decisions for the affected community, or with the interest of the affected community in mind. Just the needs of the whole will not always be what we need.
Comments from others on 9. Gail, and then Adrian.
I'm liking where Rena is going with this. I think that we need to be more specific, though, about serving underserved and marginalized communities and make that something separate. Because if we don't, then we default, and we know what the default is. Overall, I also have issues with the entire community. We need to be more specific, because it is going to take more time, effort, resources to be able to either get the input or serve marginalized communities in Gainesville.
You want to add a number 14 then, Gail? About underserved communities? Think about it and I'll come back to you. Okay. Adrian?
So I think one thing we have to be careful about is when we say we're going to do what's best for maybe that effective neighborhood or party or whoever it is. For example, Grace Marketplace. Grace Marketplace was put where it was because no one wanted it next to their house. It may not be the best for the whole community, but it's put out there for that. A lot of our zoning changes were made, exclusionary zoning changes were made to keep people out because one neighborhood didn't want a certain other people in that neighborhood. So I think those decisions were good for that affected party. That neighborhood didn't want certain people in their neighborhood, so things were changed for that. It's not best for the whole community, so I think we need to be careful about this. I agree with what you're saying about how we help marginalized people, but we have to be careful of it can be used in the other direction too, and it has been used by city government tremendously on the other side. So
to address specific spatial interests. Lee, you were waving at me too.
I was just going to give an offer on language for number 9, which may encompass, I was going to say, focusing on the community as a whole and understanding that making decisions for underserved or marginalized neighbors are ultimately best for the whole community.
So can restate the latter part of that and making
in making decisions for underserved and marginalized neighbors are ultimately best for the whole community.
I have a problem with that phrasing because it sounds like we're deciding for them instead of in their interest.
I'm going to suggest a different way to phrase that to hopefully achieve our goal.
Go ahead.
I would write focusing on the community as a whole with an emphasis on furthering equity and reducing historical disparities.
Furthering equity and
reducing historical disparities.
That's good.
And I don't know if that's the appropriate place for it, but I'd also like to somehow add in here culturally responsive and inclusive community engagement, which is lacking right now.
Let's add that. That's a good.
Yeah, I would add that one, Gail.
Putting it there on number 3.
What'd you say, Adrian?
Putting it on number 3, I'm on the communication one, expanding that one. It's talking about communications.
The proactive communication, yeah. So communications and engagement also, adding engagement, because that's different.
I guess true.
Why don't we add yours separately as number 14, Gail?
That sounds good.
You restate it.
You want to restate it then?
Sure. What did I say? I said proactive, cultural responsive, and inclusive community engagement.
So it's community engagement, and go through all the adjectives before.
Proactive, culturally responsive.
Proactive, culturally responsive, right?
And inclusive community engagement.
And what was the verb that you had before it? Did you have one?
No.
But it's what you want is proactive, culturally responsive, and inclusive community engagement. Is that right?
That's correct.
It's pursuing proactive, culturally responsive, and inclusive community engagement. That is number 14, folks. Does that capture it, Gail?
I don't know about pursuing. I would say implementing.
Providing.
Huh?
Implementing.
Practicing.
Implementing. Practicing.
Practicing, implementing.
Got it.
Practicing is good. Thank you.
You got it. So did that capture that one then?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
And we've modified 9, consistent with your comments, Lauren, is focusing on the whole community, furthering equity and reducing historic disparities. Is that correct?
With an emphasis on, and then what you just said. Focusing on the whole community with an emphasis on.
With emphasis
Correct.
on. So focusing on the community as a whole with emphasis on furthering equity and reducing historic disparities. Plural. So everybody got that one? Raina, you had your hand up a few minutes ago. Do you have any other comments or suggestions? Gigi.
Can you read back number 1?
Is providing tools for stable leadership by mayor and city commission.
I wanted to say something like stable and competent leadership. Can we add the word competent in there?
Folks comfortable with that? I see some thumbs up, so.
I'm laughing right now, Gigi, but
This is an aspirational document, y'all.
Right.
This is something.
I'll never be stable.
Understood. You gotta have fun while we do this. You have any other things?
No, that was it.
Adrian.
I don't think we should have competent in there. I think that's just going to be used to attack the commission. Competent is a very subjective term. And I think it'll just be used to attack commissioners. Because what my thought of who's competent is very different than someone else's thought of who's competent.
Well, if that's the case, stable is the same thing. I mean, we can't shy away from folks maybe attacking us. If stable may be the same, someone may attack you and say you're not stable.
Maybe the word would be providing tools for effective leadership by mayor and city commission.
And I think one other thing too is maybe it's better to remove stable then.
And that's why I put effective to help you be effective as leaders.
Yeah.
Providing those tools.
And I guess, do we want to add things in for transitions between commissions as well into this, when like commissioners come off and new commissioners come on? I don't feel like there's a great transition thing that we have, but I don't know if there's a place for that or if we should add that in there.
Or maybe that's part of a technique for doing number one, because that or getting those tools in place. That would be a way of implementing that, Adrian. Does that make sense? Good. David, any comments from you on these?
You know, I think I agree with a lot of my colleagues. I think this is a lot of these are similar to discussions we had yesterday, where it's like, well, a lot of these should be embedded in our sort of organizational culture and values anyway. So it's sort of difficult to say, I don't, 1 through 5, if any governing body is not implementing 1 through 5, and so I think that's what I'm hearing from my colleagues is, how can there be any definition or any principle that doesn't include civility and respect, that doesn't include well-informed communities, that doesn't include factual and truthful information, or responding to public records requests, or operating open. Some of these are by law, So I guess for me, it's just I can pick which ones I prefer, but a lot of these ought to be assumed.
In a lot of places, from my perspective, they are not assumed, particularly in the climate today. Lauren?
I'm gonna go back to 1. To me, the sort of core intent of 1 is for professional development. And so I'd maybe like to rephrase it in those terms, that high quality professional development opportunities are provided for the mayor and city commission. That speaks to transition and what do we call it? What Raina just went through, orientation, but also ongoing professional development opportunities. And then we get those subjective terms like stable and competent out of it.
Because what I had changed it to is providing tools for effective leadership by mayor and city commission, with stable and competent out, and maybe with professional development opportunities.
Yeah, as long as we understand that's what we're really talking about, is providing those professional development opportunities. They can be,
but it also may be other tools like your staff and support there that needed to help you be effective, like in that constituent services that we talked about earlier, or helping you in terms of get presence in the community too.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
So it could be a variety of things, tools there.
Okay.
Comments from others on this? Any others? Lee, do you have any others?
No.
Give me the 8 here that are most important for you. Up to 8. Harvey.
1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 11, 13.
Got it. Lauren, you got yours?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, and 14.
Adrian?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 14.
Okay. Raina?
1, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 13, 14.
Thank you. Gigi?
Now, what was number 2 again?
Number 2 is adopting standards for governing with civility and respect for all.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, and 14.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and go. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14.
David?
I have 1 through 5, 10, 11, 13.
The big winners here are 1 is providing tools for effective leadership by mayor and city commission with professional development opportunities. 2 is adopting standards for governing with civility and respect for all. Number 3 is having well-informed community through proactive communications using a variety of communications methods. Number 4 is providing opportunities and processes for neighbors to become engaged in the governance process. Number 5 is providing factual and truthful information and providing a timely response from the city to disinformation and misinformation. Number 8, involving neighbors through committees, task force boards, and other advisory bodies in the governance process. Number 9 is focusing on the community as a whole with emphasis on furthering equity and reducing historic disparities. Number 10 is involving neighbors in planning community's future, policy development, and service delivery. And number 14 is practicing proactive, culturally responsive, and inclusive community engagement. So those are the ones that came out. Comments there?
Can you repeat the numbers again?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, and 14.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other comments or things we missed here on the mission? Hopefully you found that discussion helpful. I think it's going to be a very strong and focused document for the entire city. And we'll get this cleaned up and have you do another look at that a little bit later. So thanks for some good work there. We're at fairly high levels now, but it lays a foundation. Do any of the charter officers have any comments at all on what we just did?
No, thanks.
Ginger? She popped a greenie.
No, thanks.
Okay. Anyone? Lee or Ed? I can see you guys. All right. We're going to move to section 10. This is where we're going from 5-year to 1 year. And let me do a quick overview and then again, let me do the framework and then we'll dive in. If you go to goal 1, which is a proposed goal 1, I should say, on page 4 in section 10. The objectives that are identified on page 4 and 5, we're going to sort down to 5, maybe 6, but striving for 5 or 6. What are the outcomes we need to focus on for 5 years? So the objectives are 5-year outcomes. Not to restate everything in the mission and vision, but this is things that need special attention during the next 5 years. So we'll add to it, do the similar process, and focus it down. On page 6 is value to the neighbors. We'll come back to this later, but this is if you had to explain what's the value of this goal, what would you tell them? On pages 7, 8 are challenges that were identified by you all in your interviews with me, Mayor and Commission, from the charter officer interviews, and from worksheets provided by GRU and by every city general department. So those worksheets were all, and so this is a compilation. On pages 7 and 8, we'll see what other challenges, and I'm going to have you pick out of these the short-term 1-year challenges that are the most significant. On page 9, 10, 11, and 12, there are 21 actions for this goal for the next year. And that are ones that came from you. If you look on the first one, these are things that are deliverable. And if it's got on the number 1, if you look on the right side there, it's got M/CC. That meant it came from the interview with you all. If it was on a worksheet or brought up in my discussions with the charter officers, or on the worksheets from GRU or the general government, it's got MGMT. It cuts across anybody. And that gives us the source of those. So we're going to discuss all of those actions. There's over 100 actions if you cut across the goals here. And then going to page 13, this is for your information. These are things that are in progress. We're not going to prioritize it, but what will come back to you with what are the deliverables, and the time is the completion time. These are things that are already in progress and will not need any further actions by the mayor and city commission. The major projects are on page 15 for this goal. There's only one, but again, that is a physical construction project. Then you go through the same format for the other proposed goals. So the intent over the next several hours is to go through this in detail, bringing your vision and mission to a plan that is our map for 5 years. After we've gone through these, we're then going to go through identifying all those that are on policy, and you're going to pick your top priorities and high priorities for the next year. I'm not sure we'll get to that today, but we'll try. And then for management, which are on Lee and Ed's and the charter officers list, these are things that they're working on, but it will have to come back to you for further actions. It'll become clear as we go through the specifics. So that is the framework for the next several hours, is going through all of these pages. Any questions before we start? Harvey.
Thanks, Lyle. You're going to have to explain this about 17 more times, too.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, okay.
And after the first goal, it becomes a lot easier.
Okay. Well, so I like this process. Let me say that right up front. I think it's good. I think that putting together a roadmap is very productive. I also want to say that we need to understand there's going to be some fluidity to this.
That is correct. Well, that's why, again, for me, it's not coming up with a perfect document today.
Right.
But one that is on a monthly or quarterly process, reviewed and adjusted, because things are curveballs there. So I've been involved recently in adjusting a number of strategic plans because of COVID.
Yes.
Projects were put on hold.
So this is the strangest time that I've been involved, not only in government, but in civic life. So things are really fluid. Under circumstances, things are fluid. Under the current circumstances, we have to be nimble.
That is correct.
I love the map, but sometimes you're going to find out that the road ahead is washed out.
But again, for me, it goes back to my opening comments. If you want a document, I'm not the person. If you want an institutionalized process that allows for being nimble and having that agility to adjust to needs in the community that come up.
Great. Absolutely.
But there are trade-offs because some of the other priorities may end up being delayed or postponed. And a lot of the input is reflected of COVID in the worksheets that were provided to me, and they're in a prior section here that you could have, some of you may have reviewed already. So this is a nimble process.
I'm reasonably certain. I know that I have 3 or 4 pretty substantial things that I'm working on that aren't fully baked and ready to roll out. And I'm sure that everybody else has things.
They're all and many of those are going to be seen coming up.
Right, that aren't part of what we've got yet, but they do fit into categories. There is a place for them in the roadmap. At least
it goes back to being guided by our vision and mission.
Yes, absolutely.
The framework that we just created.
Just wanted to put that out there, so we're not thinking that after today we've done everything we're going to do, and it's just a matter of voting on stuff from that point.
That's why for me the institutionalized process is extremely critical.
Very good. Thank you.
And if I could just add too, from my perspective, this needs to be at a minimum an annual process. So what may be a top or high priority today may not be a top or high priority tomorrow and be replaced with something, down the, that you're working on down the road. So from my perspective, we can only your staff, and I think I can speak for others, we can only be working on a certain number of things at a time, and we just can't be, constantly redrawing the map meeting to meeting. So that's our inclination in trying to get this process to the end.
And Harvey, building off your point, to bring it to a little different level of detail, this year an item may be a management item because it's not ready to come to the city commission, but it's still being worked on. It may be a study that's taking 12 months, still on Lee's list or Ed's list or charter officer's list. Next year, it may be a policy item for the city commission. The year after, it may be a major project because it's actually being constructed or designed. So if you go to a number of cities that I work with, you can take an item and trace it over a 5-year period of time where it is a different spot in the strategic plan because it may be implementation phase, it may be in a developmental phase, it may be in a policy deliberation phase. So it recognizes those different elements there. So the plan for me, when it comes back, it also has items that are on the horizon. Maybe something that may be a good idea today, we put it off on the horizon because I'll give you an example. In Florida, redoing the zoning ordinance without updating the comprehensive plan doesn't make a lot of sense because so this year we're going to focus on updating our comp plan, and next year would be revising the zoning ordinance as the implementation tool for that comp plan. So things are likely to have a life, but we need to identify what are those deliverables because for the next year. And so I will be working with staff, taking your priorities from today and tomorrow and putting who is going to do what, when, and you'll see an action agenda with when it's likely to even come back to the city commission as a report, a workshop, or that's part of this ability to be agile and nimble. Gigi, you had a question?
Thank you, Lau. I need to back up a little bit and actually get from you the actual process. How did this work? I know you spoke with each commissioner and we had a conversation for about an hour. You took the conversation based on what we said and you tell me, what did you do? Because I'm not seeing, I had a conversation with you and some things that we talked about, I'm just not seeing. And I noticed this yesterday as well, some topics and some things that I was really wanted to focus on. I'm just not seeing it. So tell me a little bit about the process and how did you take topics or programs or situations and put this into this format?
I do a lot of writing. So it's my response. If I miss something, please bring it up. And I guess I would ask you a question. Which one today or in the plan did I miss as an action? Is there a specific one you said that you saw was not there?
Well, just certain conversations that you and I had focused on various things like healthcare, things that I was
it's in here as actions.
Focused on but so that's my point. And my question, how did you determine what's considered an action and what's considered an objective?
Okay, objectives are outcomes of what you want to see as outcomes in 5 years.
Okay.
So those would put in the objectives. So, for example, under one, the objectives are like a couple of you brought up. We want to have as third grade, more third graders reading at third grade level. That is an outcome. How do you get there would be over in the actions, and that would be a deliverable for the next year. I know one that we talked about, I believe you and I talked about is number 13 on page 10, access, health access for residents. Didn't you and I talk about that one? Gigi?
Yeah, but okay, so.
And so that one would be a specific deliverable during the next year. So for me, the actions, and I went through and I checked off all my notes. So I put my notes out, and if it came from one individual, it is listed here. It may not survive today. We may change these around, but these, if it's got M/CC, came directly from my interviews. How I categorize them is when I asked you, what are the things that you want to get done during the next year? Those are all actions, and all over 100 actions are reflected on the pages in this section.
So how did you come up with the objectives?
The objectives were when you talked about what does success mean in 5 years, as well as what did you want to see in your vision. Those objectives came out of that discussion in the interviews. If we need to add to it today, we can sure add more. But the key is then focusing them down so there's a clear focus for the 5 years. So
okay,
I go through everybody's note and check
I don't see my objectives. I don't see any objectives that you and I had a conversation about.
Such as?
I mean, I can't name right now, but looking at this list, this is not nothing on objectives came from me. Nothing on this list came from me.
On page 4?
On page 4 and 5, nothing came from me.
You number 2 didn't come from you? You didn't talk about poverty level with me?
If I did, it was very specific. It wasn't in the Gainesville community, and that's very broad. that could have come from all the commissioners. I just don't.
And then the food deserts was another one that. Well, then add if you don't see it, then add it when we get to it.
Well, I could do that loud, but my concern.
I thought I had captured everybody's comments because I went through my notes.
I don't see
and I check off every
any of my comments. So after the conversation that you had, did you do like a summary and maybe like a recap and send it to the commissioners or send it to Lee or anybody?
Yeah, I did a summary of everything, and it's all in here. Every idea that was brought up during the interviews, and I can bring out my notes. I'm not sure. I try to keep those so that I go through everybody's individual comments and check them off to make sure that they're captured here. And I can pull my notes out and see where they fall if maybe I didn't capture it correctly.
Well, that's okay. I'm just wanted to bring up the point that maybe moving forward, once you complete a summary, you share that with whomever you're speaking with, just to make sure that you have everything, and just share, just maybe be transparent with whoever you're talking with or speaking to.
I did not give a summary for each individual. I combined them all across and checked them off. And I'll pull your notes out if I need to, if you feel that they're not captured here.
Yeah, maybe during the lunch break, you can pull out my notes and we could talk about it. But, for the sake of time, I want to move on. But I do not see any of my objectives in this list. But we could talk about it later.
Okay, because I think I did my best, and I'll just leave it at that, because I thought I had captured both the outcomes you want as well as your actions, maybe in different categories.
Okay, well, let me just ask this question, Lyle.
Sure.
Was the objectives applied equitably across the commission? For instance, did you provide 2 objectives per commissioner?
No,
or 3 objectives for?
I did not limit. If somebody brought it up as an objective, it's here. I may have combined 2 individuals, but I didn't, if they seem to be the same to outcomes. But no, if it was brought up by a commissioner, it is in here.
Okay.
And I'll be glad to go through my notes with you to see if I missed anything.
Okay.
And in fact, I actually had some commissioners call me afterward and add things to the list. And I think they're reflected in here as well. Other comments before we start? Hopefully you find your ideas. And if you don't, again, this is a working document. Please feel free to change it. Gail, you raised your hand?
Yes. Yep. Now that you said that, you reminded me of a conversation that we had afterwards. And I don't know where it's reflected in here, but I asked about how we can...
Page 11, number 23.
Okay, Lyle. Yep, you got it. Thanks.
Is that correct?
That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't identify the individuals who I just put mayor and city commission. But I think, Gail, that captures the one that you and I chatted about on the phone, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Thanks.
Okay. And again, you guys can add to this list. This is, again, a working document. Any other comments before we... Yes, Adrian?
I just wanted a little more clarity. So the objectives were like 5-year things?
Yes.
Okay.
5-year. Outcomes. Harvey.
So to be clear, things that we don't see in goal or in equitable and sustainable community could show up in other goals. Accurate?
Oh, you bet.
Yeah. So
there's 4 goals and they're not a repeat, they're separate.
Right. So yeah, there's
it could be in service. Some of it could be in the livable and experience.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at you know, pages 4 and 5, but I know that there are many more objectives listed here under different goals. So
that is correct.
Okay, I'm ready when y'all are.
Any others? Adrian.
I have an objective I'd like to add.
Well, we're going to go through each page, so write it down and we'll get to it. Any other comments before we start? Go to page 3. And in the personal column here on page 3, I heard 4 major goals. 1, an equitable and sustainable community. 2, best-in-class neighbor services. 3, a great place to live and experience, and a resilient local economy. Those were major themes.
I've got a question.
I'd like you to rank them. This is the only time we'll rank from 1 to 4. Most important for you as you look to the next 5 years.
I've got a question.
Sure.
Can you walk me through how and why we're combining an equitable and sustainable community? And the reason why I ask is because I feel like the tactics and strategies to get to an equitable community is different than they would be to get to a sustainable community. So I think that they should be different, but I'd love to hear other people's opinions.
You want my response first?
Sure, yeah.
They were originally written up as 2 separate items. And in talking with management group, it said we need to balance the equitable and sustainable. And that's why those were combined. We can separate them out. That's
what do you mean by
do.
balance? What do you mean by balance?
Balancing those 2, that they're both important. But that was from the management group. We can separate those 2, just like we did on the vision. It's your preference. You'd like to separate the 2?
Yeah, they are both important, equally important. But do you understand what I mean about tactics getting to equitable community and a sustainable community are completely different? So therefore it's, yeah.
How many would separate the 2? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Give me a chance and I'll end up, we'll come back to that goal then. Later on. So make number 5 on page 3 a sustainable community. And 1 will be equitable community. And what I will do is during lunchtime, I will separate those 2 out the best I can and try to get you revised working sheets on both those goals. And so we will deal with the other goals and come back to them. Does that make sense to the group? For the sake of time. Again, looking on page 3, rank the 5 goals, potential goals from 1 to 5, starting from the top of the page down, and then read me your numbers. So rank the 5 most important for you for the next 5 years. And fire out, Ed. Lauren, you got yours? From the top of the page down.
Sure. Equitable community is 1. 2, best in class is 5.
Okay.
3, great place is 4.
Okay.
4, resilient economy is 2. And 5, sustainable is 3.
Thank you. Harvey.
Okay, let me just say right up front that if the water goes bad and the air goes bad, and it doesn't matter any of the other stuff. It just doesn't matter. We will not have the other things in any kind of acceptable way if we do not address climate change up front, y'all.
All right, so you're ranking.
I will start at the top. Equitable is going to have to be 2. Best in class neighbor services goes to 4, I guess. Great place 3, and resilient economy 5, and sustainable 1.
Okay.
I have a hard time separating a lot of this stuff. I don't think
that's why the 2 were combined.
Yeah, I think when we try to separate out and play stuff against each other, it is inevitably going to end up bad.
And that's why
it's not about playing stuff again. I gotta say something though. It's not about playing anything against each other. It's about the tactics and strategies to get towards an equitable community. It's different than getting to a sustainable community. And it's not, I mean, they are both very valid and they are equally as valid, but the point is that the strategies are different.
And that to rank them, then we are inevitably, and as part of it,
we're prioritizing. You're right, and I will give you that.
Gail, you ready on yours?
Sure. An equitable community is number 1. Best in class is 5. 2, best in class is 5. 3, a great place to live is 3. Resilient local economy is 2, and 5, sustainable community is 4.
Got it. Raina?
So 1, equitable community is 1. 2, best in class is number 5. 3, a great place to live play experience is 3. 4, resilient economy is 4. And sustainable community is 2.
Got it. Adrian, you got yours?
Equitable community is 1, best in class is 5, great place to live is 3, resilient local economy is 4, sustainable community is 2.
Okay. Gigi, you there?
Yeah, I have equitable.
Your picture went away though.
Equitable is 1. Equitable is 1. Best in class is 5. Great place to live is 3. Sustainable 2. Resilient 4.
Got it. David, what are yours?
I would say equitable 1, sustainable 2, best in class 3, great place 4, and resilient economy 5.
So the ranking is number 1 is equitable community. Number 2 is sustainable community. Number 3 is a great place to live. Number 4 is a resilient economy. And number 5, best in class. I would suggest we start on a great place to live 3, and I will rewrite 1 and 5, separating those out over lunch, and we'll come back to it after this afternoon. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, what page is that start on?
We're going to start then on page. Can we flip to it? We're on page 39. Or 38. Outcomes in 5 years. Increase opportunities for quality, affordable housing. In 5 years, have quality, well-maintained, and a livable rental housing options. In 5 years, develop a vibrant, alive downtown with expanded residential opportunities and experiences. Number 4, have a revitalized East Side neighborhood, expanded and upgraded housing, infrastructure, and neighborhood businesses. Number 5, have connected trail system throughout the Gainesville community. In 5 years, design new developments, creating a true neighborhood with a residential and neighborhood service businesses, walkable, and access to parks. In 5 years, expand recreation programming responsive to our changing community with access for all. Upgrade parks and playgrounds. Have medical and health care services available in all neighborhoods and access for all neighbors. Expand and diversify cultural, public art programs, activities and opportunities. On page 39, expand senior housing options, types, and price. Create a community that supports an active, healthy lifestyle. In 5 years, have a more pedestrian-friendly and bikeable community. In 5 years, provide an affordable, free transit service with fixed routes and on-demand services accessible for all. In 5 years, enhance the urban forest and tree preservation. In number 16 is have a beautiful, well-maintained community, both private and public. In 5 years, upgrade school ratings and enhance the quality of education programs and have higher percentage of third graders reading at third grade level. Harvey.
Now, some of these, at least one of these appears in different goals as well. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I would like to
correct because I think you have the choice of if it's one valid for 5 years and which goal is the most appropriate for it.
I would like to strike or at least substantially change number 17, upgrade school rating. I'm not sure that that's our responsibility. I am sure it's not in our charter. And again, as I said yesterday, I don't like the school rating.
Well, it goes back to what we did in terms of our vision and mission, which makes your comment very logical because this was prepared before we had the vision and mission.
Right.
Are you okay scratching 17? Thumbs up? Gone. And again, this is drafted before and use the vision and mission as a guidepost on a lot of this too. Any other changes here? Gigi, you said it didn't incorporate any of your ideas. What would you like to add here if it didn't incorporate it?
I'm still looking at it, Lyle.
Okay. Any other? Adrian?
I guess objective 1, if it's possible to, hold on a second, my robot's taking off.
That statement has never been made in a public meeting anywhere in the United States before.
That's a first. That? Your robot what?
My robot vacuum is starting. It's going to make
My robot is taking off. We need to put that in.
Yes, Adrian. Is anybody writing on it?
To
number 1, yes.
Objective 1, yes.
You can change anything you want. Yeah. Again, this is a working document.
One of the things I would like for us to look at is not just have it just affordable housing, but have a housing mix and across the city too. I want to make sure that we have housing options throughout our city. And I think there needs to be a mix because that's how we reduce the concentration of poverty as well. I don't know if it's the best place to add it to that one or not, but
yeah, no, that's it's so modify it. It would be throughout the community.
Yeah.
And then you'll see some actions coming up about how to do that on the specific actions coming up. Any other questions, comments, or changes here? Harvey, and then Raina.
In what goal is it appropriate, or what goals is it appropriate to address homelessness specifically?
This would be an appropriate place.
And we need an objective in there.
What was the outcome you want to see in 5 years?
So if I were John DeCarmine, I would say eliminate homelessness or reduce homelessness to zero in our community. I'm not as my glass is not as full as his. So I would say reduce chronic homelessness, eliminate chronic homelessness in our community, and reduce transitional homelessness by, y'all help me, what percentage?
Is this the 5-year marker one?
Yep.
I mean, at the very least, I think by 50% of what it is now.
I was thinking 50% too.
Yeah, good, because there are going to be fluctuations in people's living conditions. There's going to be transitional homelessness. We can eliminate chronic homelessness, and we can drastically reduce transitional homelessness.
Well, I think to Harvey's point, we have an extension on the moratorium, but we don't know what 6 months from now is going to look like in terms of people's housing stability. So given that it's the 5-year range, just whatever the levels were right about now or just prior to the pandemic, keep it to half of what that was, knowing that we may have some waves here in the coming 5 years.
So 50% of year-end 2019 transitional homelessness.
Harvey, let's just refer to the last point in time survey, which I think.
Yeah, that's it. Obviously, yeah.
Which is
so it's eliminate chronic homelessness and to reduce transitional homelessness 50% by that, whatever that measuring point is. Is that correct?
Which is the point in time survey, the January 20 time survey.
Did that get it, Harvey?
That on there, but
that's number 19.
Okay, thank you.
So that captures it, Harvey?
Yes, thank you.
Comments from others? Gigi.
Thanks, Lyle. For objective 3, develop a vibrant, alive downtown with expanded residential opportunities and experiences. I have a issue with residential opportunities and experiences. If we can expand on that, or if we could talk about that, what type of experiences? If we're in downtown, we may want to have some residential opportunities, but also small local businesses as well, or a mixture of uses other than residential.
That actually gets defined in an action here in terms of developing a downtown master plan that does exactly what you're talking about. So to get you there to put further definition would be an action item for the year. So I'm
kind of stuck on the word. I'm stuck on the word experiences. What are we?
You want to just drop it?
What experiences?
Can we just add the word commercial?
Yeah, residential and commercial opportunities.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Does that capture it, Gigi?
Yes. Also, object number 4. Revitalizing East Side neighborhoods, expanding and upgrading housing infrastructure, neighborhood businesses. I would like to see something where we include housing infrastructure, neighborhood businesses, and overall economic development.
And we've got that coming up, actually, the economic development under the economic development goal. The resilient economy has some specific things related to the east side.
Okay, so, and also in objective number 9, have medical and healthcare. And I think we talked about this yesterday about services available to all neighborhoods and access to for all neighborhoods. And this is the 5-year plan.
Oh, yep.
And so again, my argument yesterday was that you already have most or certain neighborhoods that have access to medical and healthcare services. But we know the east side of town does not.
You want to put east side into number 9 then?
Yes.
Focusing on the east side, does that capture it?
Yeah, that's fine.
What other ones did I not capture from your interviews on Great Place to Live?
I have a question for Adrian. When objective number 1 increase the opportunities for housing, do you all consider objective 11 when we're talking about expanding the senior housing? Can we lump that together because you talked about mixed housing, Adrian, and could we just include senior housing in number 1? What, Adrian? Oh.
Adrian?
I think when I was changing for objective 1 was looking at all. I mean, I don't know if we want to. I mean, I think that's lumped in there. I agree that's lumped in there because we should be looking at senior housing throughout the community too. But I don't want us to just solely focus on senior housing though.
What reread number 1? What was the outcome?
It's increase opportunities for quality, affordable housing throughout our community.
Okay.
And again, these came from each individual. Some of you did talk to me about senior housing options here. We're going to narrow this down to a 5 or 6 in a moment, and these are the areas we need to focus on. All of these are important, but it's getting the commission to say these are the things we feel are the most important to focus on during the next 5 years. It's not saying the other things aren't important, because many of these are already captured in the mission and the vision. This is saying, where do we need to focus for the next 5 years? That's the intent here. Can't focus on everything, saying what is most important. So we've added east side to focusing on the east side to number 9. Is that right, Gigi? And we've modified 3 to include takeout, experience input, and commercial opportunities.
Correct.
We've eliminated 17 and we've added 19. Is that correct? Adrian, is your hand up?
It is. It's on 9 and just saying east side because there are pockets throughout our community, like Phoenix neighborhood. Now with that grocery store closing on 34th and Archer, is probably the furthest poverty area from a grocery store when you have to and getting there. And there are areas throughout that are not just in East Gainesville that have huge issues too. So I think it's looking not just solely on East Side, but looking at where are our worst areas and then focusing on that. So for food, something like that, Phoenix area is one of the worst areas for food deserts in our city. I don't know. So I think we should be focusing more on when we're looking at these kind of food or medical or things like that, looking at what are the kind of the areas that have those
areas of need, community need. Is that right, Adrian? Focusing on areas of community need. Is that?
Yeah, they kind of fit the biggest need.
Yeah, and I agree to a certain extent, and specifically when we talk about healthcare, Phoenix has Shands, the VA, the veterinary school, college. I mean, they're surrounded by healthcare services. So when we specifically speak about healthcare services that is lacking in East Gainesville, you're right. We do have pockets of our community that may not directly have a center or healthcare service provider next door, but they're more accessible with the Phoenix residents. I mean, you have a bus line that they can even walk to certain facilities. So when I just when I'm talking about in terms of healthcare in East Gainesville, I'm talking about there's literally nothing healthcare related in East Gainesville other than the health department. And
which goes back to the vision
focus
of having that campus there that is in the vision looking out longer term too.
Right. But I agree with the grocery, Adrian, that I agree with that, but specifically health.
And that is under the equitable community goal.
Yeah.
I believe. Other comments here?
I have a comment.
Yep.
I'd like to go back to objective 1 about the opportunities for quality, affordable housing in Gainesville and throughout the community. I don't know if it's just me, but when I think affordable, I think rental housing. And I think that we should be specific in that piece, say both home ownership and rental, if that's
so put in brackets, Dale, ownership and rental.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are entirely different categories. I agree that we need to be specific about that, because some people, when we say affordable housing, hear home ownership entirely. And some people, mostly me, hear rental affordability. And if we don't use both those terms, then we're going to be talking past each other. Agreed.
Do you want to, somebody brought up the, I think, Adrian, you did, about the food desert. That is under equitable community. Do you want it brought here or leave it under equitable, Adrian?
I'm good with either one.
Okay. Any other comments here, Raina?
To the housing note, I would have thought that increasing, like combining the two in some way, but still defining ownership and rental. So having increasing opportunities for quality, well-maintained home purchase and rental options, because we want both. And I understand that you can measure them as two separate things. Or did we increase home ownership in 5 years, or did we increase the quality and opportunity of rental housing?
Do you want them separate? Is that what you're suggesting?
I don't know if I want them separate because they would be measured separately, but I think they should both be a goal under housing.
Well, that one we just added the bracket of home ownership and rental.
So then does that remove 2?
Could be. We're going to, again, you guys are going to pick 6 out of here that are most important for you. Again, these came from different individuals. Any other comments here? Give me the 6 that are most important for you for the next 5 years. Fire off your numbers when ready.
Only 6.
Only 6. Oh, it's going to get tougher in a moment.
I can go loud.
Fire away, Lauren.
We get to earn our pay today. Okay, so objective 1, 3, 4, 10, 13, 14.
Got it.
Nah, what was 19 again?
19 is eliminate chronic homelessness. and reduce transitional homelessness 50% at the point of time. Adrian.
1, 3, 4, 5, 13, 14.
Okay. Gigi?
1, 3, 4, 9, 14, and 19.
Got it. Harvey.
1, 3, 4, 9, 14, and I got to have both 15 and 19.
Choose.
$19.
Gail, you ready to go? You're muted. There we go.
1, 4, 9, 10, 18, 19.
Got it. Raina.
Okay. 1, 4, 9, 14, 19, and 6.
Got it. David.
1, 4, 9, 14, 15, and 18. And if I could make a request to pause for like 5 minutes. I think my camera will work if I can restart my computer, but I don't want to miss the discussion.
Okay.
Just whenever there's a natural pause, I just want to put that.
Okay. This is very clear and focused. Your 5-year outcomes are 1, which is increase opportunities for that quality, well-maintained, affordable housing, homeownership, and rental throughout the community. Number 3 is develop a vibrant, alive downtown with expanded residential and commercial opportunities. Number 4 is revitalize East Side, expanded and upgraded housing infrastructure and neighborhood businesses. Number 9 is have medical and healthcare services available in all neighborhoods, focusing on the East Side. Number 14 is provide affordable or free transit with fixed routes, on-demand services accessible for all. And number 19 is eliminate chronic homelessness and reduce transitional homelessness 50%. Those clearly stood out. So it's 1, 3, 4, 9, 14, and 19. Okay. Ready to move? Gail?
Sure. I'm going to put in just one more plug for Objective 10, which is expand and diversify cultural and public arts programs, activities, and opportunities. And the reason why I say that is because it's not as heavy a lift as a lot of the other objectives that we have. It takes, some creative thinking with staff. And I think that it is important because it's something that is accessible to all of us and all of our neighbors and brings joy to people. And if we can just focus a little bit more on our diversifying it and being culturally responsive, then I think that it would
may be under the equity goal too.
Wonderful for our, okay then.
We can pull it over there, okay?
Okay.
Moving on.
Lyle?
Yes, Harvey?
Does the urban forest appear elsewhere?
Yeah, it's in some actions. You still can have actions, not necessarily all related just to these objectives.
Okay.
You'll see a number of actions on it, I believe.
Okay.
David, how long will it take you to do your computer? You said 5 minutes.
Not even that long.
You want to just pause while you do it? Try it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I can do it really quickly if y'all just want to keep going. That's fine. I just thought I'd mention everyone.
Are you doing it, David?
Yeah, he is. He tuned out. Let's just we don't have to go into recess. Let's just pause and see if he comes back in a minute or two.
All right, you guys can then get a heads up. Looking on pages 41 and 42, these are challenges and opportunities for achieving these goals. They're not actions.
Okay.
Hey there. Look better?
Yeah,
good.
That's good.
All right, I'm gonna go take this to Lee.
Did you see her? Yes, I did. I told him welcome.
Good. I'm so excited that she's here. I'll stop back by in a second. Melissa.
I pulled my notes from Gigi. You there? Who is everybody there now? David back.
I don't see David still.
I don't either.
Yeah, we can keep going. He said a couple of minutes, or he might just have to get back in audio. We get either the clerk or Lee. Can you just text Commissioner Ariola and let him know we're starting? Oh, there he is. He's in now. Never mind.
Everybody hear me and see me?
Ah, there he is. Nope. There he went. Are you there, David?
Yeah, don't buy Windows.
We had a great picture of you for a moment. Gigi?
Yes.
The notes, do you want me to go through my notes quickly? The three things that you said were your top priority was the health issue that we just covered.
Okay.
The affordable housing issue, which was objective 1, and we haven't gotten to economic development yet. So was there things that I missed then on that particular one?
I'm fine, Lyle. That
okay.
If something comes up, I'll let you know.
All right. And I got
Thank
my
you.
notes here. See if I missed anything.
Thanks.
We're on pages 41 and 42. These are challenges, not to be an exclusive group, but this is ones that you talked to me about in your interviews as well as staff. And it's the lack of affordable housing is a challenge, lack of neighbor businesses and services in some neighborhoods, limited cultural programs and offerings that Gail, you just brought up as a challenge there. Funding for parks and playground upgrades, defining the city's role and actions, and funding for upgrading neighborhoods, expanding city boundaries through annexation, the cost of housing here, attracting businesses to neighborhoods, avoiding neighborhood gentrification during revitalization efforts, irresponsible property owners not maintaining properties or complying with city regulations and ordinances. On the next page, increasing pedestrian safety, funding for the upgrading of neighborhood infrastructure, changing leisure and recreation trends and emerging sports, adapting transit service to the needs of neighbors and the community, future funding for transit, understanding and responding to mobility changes, including electric and autonomous vehicles, funding for connecting trails throughout the community, developing outside the city limits, and the impacts on the community. These were some of the major challenges here. What other challenges do you all see that we did not hit?
I'd just like to add to number 9, avoiding neighborhood gentrification and displacement during revitalization efforts.
Okay. So we added displacement to that, right?
Yes, thanks.
Adrian.
Number 11, I think we should ask or add increasing pedestrian and bicycle safety.
Okay.
And then I do have one that I'd like to add.
Okay.
I think it affects a lot of these is our zoning issues that do not allow a mix of housing options. And that's what's stopping a lot of housing that's getting built.
So that is 19, zoning, limiting housing options. Is that correct?
Yeah, zoning limiting housing, mix of housing options. Yeah.
Can we phrase it? The challenges are exclusionary zoning policies.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
use the word.
David was back and now he's gone.
Did you catch that, Lyle?
Yes, inclusionary.
No, exclusionary.
X.
Yeah,
not in
policies. That's the challenge.
Yep. Good, David. Can see you. Any other
the camera can be
challenges? Harvey.
So this is not a change, but it's comparing a couple of these and I think useful discussion about it. Number 2, the lack of neighbor businesses and services in some Gainesville neighborhoods, and the transportation and transit categories.
Yep.
Nearly, I want to be careful about saying about using percentages or anything, but an enormous number of Gainesville neighborhoods don't have businesses and services within them. The difference between some neighborhoods and others is the ability to get to where the businesses and services are. Our standard city, like most post-war cities have developed, has put housing here, and services and businesses over here. You don't notice that as long as you've got a car and money to put gas in that car. Or if you have a bus line that is functional and easy to use right in front of your house. If you have a way to get to the part of the city that has the businesses and services, it's no big deal. I continue to believe this is a transportation challenge more than anything else. We can't put businesses and services close enough to everybody in town that it works. Because if the grocery store is more than a couple of blocks away, 3 or 4 blocks away, in the middle of summer, you're not going to walk to the grocery store. People just don't do it. So you have to have the transit and the transportation opportunities available. That's the cornerstone of all this, unless we just start from scratch, which is probably not something we're prepared to do. So we think of it and we talk about it as if, putting a few businesses and services in strategic locations, we're going to fix it. But if we put businesses and services in those strategic locations, they'd still be too far away from the people who need them if they don't have transit.
The mobility.
Right. It's a mobility question as much or more than it is anything else.
Okay. Are there comments about the challenges here? Again, these aren't actions yet. We'll get into those on the next page. Adrian?
I think one of the reasons why we don't have services and businesses is we've zoned them out.
Yes.
Which goes back to the zoning issue.
For example, borders where there used to be a corridor of businesses. I mean, where there's even a business now, where the it's called the dry cleaning place, you can't have a business there. That's locked in. So I mean, yeah.
Any others? David.
Thank you. I guess I really I like that the annexation is mentioned here, but I'm sort of wondering if this is the place to put it. But we had a great presentation a number of years ago about potential ways to sort of allow our neighbors to view ways that they could more easily annex into the city if that was what they wanted. And we had some success with that. And I think that's something that we shouldn't forget that we're good at.
That's coming up on a future page as an action item, actually.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll address it there.
I would just like to emphasize number 9, then, avoiding neighborhood gentrification during revitalization efforts.
Lyle, I have one.
Sure.
What about quality of life issues like sidewalks and infrastructure? I don't know if that's a good, yeah, it's number 12 has it, funding for the upgrading of neighborhood infrastructure.
Yeah, and that would including sidewalks and lighting, as we talked about earlier, because that would link back to the vision that we talked about, the need for better lighting in those as part of that infrastructure as well. Does that make sense, Gigi?
Yeah, and also the connectivity, and I don't know if that's in here as well.
Yeah, I think it's here. Yeah, it's number 17, the funding for that.
Well, do we want to, when we say funding for connecting trails, what about other things other than trails? Because you may want to connect and have walkable neighborhoods
You
where
want to put
it's like
sidewalks there too?
a seamless transition, or yeah.
So trails and sidewalks. How's that?
Yeah, that's fine.
I think you actually make it less specific and just use the word connectivity.
Yeah.
You don't worry about the specific detail of how it's connectivity. The lack of connectivity is the challenge. Whether it's a road, trail, or a sidewalk or whatever.
So it's lack of, and as well as and funding for. And I'll put the others in brackets. Because we're going to start to get more and more specific, particularly as we get to the actions. Any other comments here? On this one here, we're going to handle a little differently. We're going to do short-term and long-term. None of this disappears. None of it disappears. But out of these 19, give me the 7 that you feel are the most significant short-term 1 year. Short-term 1 year to 2 year challenge. Short-term 1 to 2 year challenge.
How many was that?
7.
Lyle, just to confirm, when you mean like short-term challenge that we could address within a year?
Yep. Start to address it in a year.
Okay.
Because we need to make sure that the actions are associated with these short-term challenges. Lauren.
1, 3, 8, 9, 11, 14, 19.
Got it.
Tell me again what 19 is.
19 is
zoning.
exclusionary zoning and limiting housing options. Housing and development options, both, I think.
Are we choosing 5 or 6?
7.
7. Takes.
Yes, Adrian.
1, 9, 11, 12, 14, 17, and 19.
Got it. Thank you. You're back. She's back.
Sorry, my phone number gets around and then random people call me with like crises and legal assistance issues. It's yeah.
You're doing well. Who's ready to go?
I can go.
Fire.
I've got 1, 2, 6, 7, 9, 14, and 19.
Thank you. Harvey.
1, 6, 9, 11, 14, 15, 19.
Got it.
And you're still asking for our 7 on short-term goals, or have we
Short
moved on to
term.
long? Okay.
Short term, just under this goal.
So I'm good.
Fire.
I think things we can address in the short term are 3, 5, 8, 9,
Yep.
11, 17, 19.
Got it. Thank you. Gail, you ready?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 14, 19.
Got it. Gigi, you got yours yet?
I have 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 19.
Big winners here are.
Is that 7?
Yep.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 9, 11, 14, and 19. So it's 1, 2, 3, 9, 11, 14, and 19. The others stay on but are long term. The next few pages are actions. There's 48 of them. We will not address these today. These are topics to be addressed with deliverables during the next year. And Lee, if you feel they're being worked on and are on the management agenda, let me know and we'll put it on the Lee list. Those that remain, we'll then identify this is the first cut of your priority actions for the next 12 to 18 months. And so let me just go through these. One is, yes, Adrian?
Just on the previous one on challenges, opportunities, the lack of quality, affordable housing, I just realized, is it okay with everyone if we say throughout the city? Because I think that's one of the major challenges. Is
it would be consistent with the objective, right?
And on the next,
what number was that, Adrian?
On number 1, not just saying
number 1,
because we want to deconcentrate and have it available everywhere. If that's good with everyone,
that's good. Done.
What number are you talking about, Adrian?
Number 1.
Number 1 on the challenges. We're back on page 41, adding throughout our community to show that it's throughout. Right, Adrian?
Yes. And I want to make sure on the next one that we don't just have Lee, that we have Ed and the other. I want to make sure
that is correct.
Plan for the whole city too. Yeah.
Yeah, because these came they came from management, including Ed's group and the charter officers. You'll see some of those under other issues. But for Lee and Ed, if you want to put it on the management, Ed and Lee and I have already talked about it, and you'll see some of those coming up later on. These are actions with deliverables. One is the cultural arts diversification, getting a report with options, direction there. Is that one clear? I think it gets a Gail, what you talked about, coming back with that. Tangibles during the next year. Food recovery policy and action plan came from you all. That one clear?
What do you mean by recovery?
Yeah.
Anyone want to explain that one?
I'll take a stab. So at least my experience with what's been called food recovery is dealing with restaurants, hotels, caterers that have food that they have prepared or produce or products that they would normally dispose of, and make sure that they can be recovered back to pantries and entities like Grace.
Okay, thank you.
Rental housing ordinance implementation, staffing, an action plan with update reports. Lee, is this more management at this point, or does it need policy direction?
No, there'll be an ordinance. So
okay. So it's ordinance adoption and implementation?
Yes.
And you're going to hear me throughout the action. Done isn't done until it's really done. So don't assume things are just done today. Trail connectivity is reviewing the plan, looking at options and getting direction there. And that would include funding. that one clear?
And I think this one could change dramatically depending on what happens in November when the restrictions on trails are hopefully taken out of the charter.
Could that be acted on in the next year? Or is it more on the horizon beyond this year?
On the ballot in a couple months. So yeah, I guess it doesn't.
What was that, Adrian?
Don't worry about it. Sorry.
Okay. The homeless would be trying to achieve the objective that you talked about, coming up with an action plan with desired outcomes, partners, and putting together a specific plan there. I think that addresses the objective, Harvey, that you added in earlier. And this is putting meat on that bone for both chronic and for transitional. Raina?
So I don't think this addresses the funding source of.
So we had to add funding to it too. The F-bomb. Affordable housing strategy and action plan. Again, putting together a specific action plan with desired outcomes. Probably need to add in funding for that one as well. Is that one clear? Transit routes and service. This would be assessing the community needs, come back with a report with options, determining direction and actions for the city and funding for the next year. Is that one clear? First mile, last mile strategy. A pilot report with options, directions, and city actions and funding, focusing on first mile, last mile. Is that one clear? Comments there? Heirs property resolution. One of you talked to me about that, and in a number of communities I work with, that is an issue in the South. This would be looking at best practices and coming back with a report. What are the options and defining what city actions can be taken? Comments on that one? Harvey.
Lyle, everybody, I will in the next probably 2 or 3 weeks have a white paper issued about that. Gail, I probably will ask that we consider that through the Race and Equity Subcommittee. I've been doing a lot of background work on it and a lot of rooting around the community, talking to folks. We have in the city limits more than 800 heirs properties right now. That are the ownership of which is geometrically progressing with every generation. And there is a way to improve lives by addressing that. So anyway, information coming on that.
Harvey and I talked about it. One of the communities I work with is Hilton Head Island, and they have an extreme heirs problem. They got very proactive in it. So, Raina?
So while we're on it, and I can tell you just really, have you included Professor Phlox at the law school? Because she and like her advocacy, like student project work, they've done extensive legwork. If you want to just poach it.
Short answer, yes.
Okay.
Other comments on that one? Another one that came from the commission was shots fired reduction action plan, a report with options, direction, and city actions and funding. Is that one clear?
Do we mean just fewer gunshots in general or from our police?
This one came from you all. So, commissioners.
Lyle, I also can't hear you very well. You're coming in.
Any comments on that one? What would you like
to see? I think another way to phrase that is reducing gun violence.
You can't hear me, Raina?
Oh, no, it came in very like low, but I think if the mayor says just reducing gun violence in general, I think it addresses the whole thing.
You want to change it to that, Lauren?
No, I just no. It's just different. It's the same thing. 6F does.
Just I wasn't sure which side of it was coming, but okay.
Crime Reduction Action Plan, do an analysis. You can see this came from management. It was alluded to in council commission, but it wasn't specifically. And that would include additional civilian staffing and additional school resource officers. Is that one clear? Comments there? Senior housing for all, a needs assessment, a report with findings and options, determining what the city's role, potential partners, and then resulting in actions. Comments on that one? That one clear? Number 13 is recreational programming expansion. What's our goal and outcome? Report with options and direction and funding there. That one came from both mayor and council and management. Comments there. The next one is Porter's neighborhood strategy. What's our outcome we want to achieve here? And this would be done in collaboration with the neighbors. A report with options, defining the city role, who could be additional partners, what are actions, and the funding of it. Comments on that one? Gigi?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment, and I think the premise for this is, we've done the narrative, the Porter's narrative, which is a document, a living, breathing document that, well, let me rephrase that, an award living, breathing document that was given by the Planning Association. And so I wanted to utilize this as a template for other communities to follow. So that's why this is on here. One of the reasons this is on here.
And that would, thank you. That was helpful.
Okay.
Other comments there? Is that one clear? The next one is the downtown master plan and development standards and guidelines, including what is the vision you talked about earlier, specifically what's the mix and what do we want to do? Who are the partners, including the University of Florida, deciding direction and action and any funding? Is that one clear? Comments on that? Cultural arts expansion, policy and programs, looking at our goals, what are the best practices, looking at options and direction and funding there. Comments there? I have a question. Can 1 and 16 be combined, or are they two separate items? They came from two different individuals.
I'm fine combining.
Yeah, what about for you? Any comments, Gail?
Yeah, combining them is fine.
What? Gail?
Yes, combining them works.
Including that with the emphasis on diversification then as part of that?
Yeah.
So I'll fold number 1 into the broader one, number 16. Is that fair? You okay with that, Gail?
Yeah, that works.
So, Adrian, did you have a comment on 16?
I thought we were folding 15 and 16. I didn't realize it was 1 and 16. That makes a lot more sense.
Sorry.
Public art policy, which goes back to the vision and the discussion yesterday. Reviewing what you got and putting together a framework for the future. Comments there? Enhanced, upgraded quality schools and education programs. What's the goal? What's the city's role here? Direction and city actions. Based upon our discussion earlier, do you want to remove this one? as an action for the year? Or keep it?
I think we should.
Or Gigi?
I'm sorry,
ahead,
Raina.
Gigi.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gigi.
I think we should keep it. And maybe because currently I think what we're doing as a city is within our after school programs at our community centers, we're implementing some of these education program strategies. So I don't know.
So number 24 is the before and after school programs.
Okay.
Enhancements.
So we may want to combine it or get rid of it and just use 24.
And focus on 24s, which is something you can control and influence, was our discussion earlier. Does that make sense, JJ?
Yes, from a city standpoint.
Yeah, for your actions.
Yeah.
Raina, and then Adrian, and then Gail.
So I agree with that because 24 covers that before and after school program, but I thought we'd agreed yesterday that one of the things we wanted was like quality, technical and then higher ed to be
That's
something
coming
that
up under a different goal.
Okay.
That's coming up under the economic development goal.
Then I have no problem striking 18 and using 24.
Yeah, the whole technical development and vocational training is coming up under the economy one. Adrian, did you have a comment?
Yeah, on 18, it comes up a lot of what is our role when it comes to quality education and stuff like that. And I don't know if we want to spell that out because it is beyond just after school programs and things like that. I don't know if we want to. That's my one reason.
You want to leave it in then?
Somewhat, yeah, because we don't know what our.
All right, we'll leave it in, and that gets to what you're talking at broader level.
Other commissioners, don't you?
We'll leave it in then, Adrian.
I'm for that, but there's 6 other commissioners too. So.
Yeah, but if these may not make the cut too, because we're going to prone this down to a small number for the year for cut 1. Gail, did you have any other comments on 18?
I actually don't. I wanted to just really quickly go back to 16, and I wanted to go back to maybe adding in there with a focus on diverse and inclusive public art. That needs to be part of the policy.
The public art would be part of is number 17.
Yeah. I want to go back to that for a minute.
Okay.
Just adding in diverse and inclusive public art with a focus on.
Add it.
Thank you.
Number 19 is historic preservation policy, and someone else had historic overlay district policy. Do you want to combine those or keep those as 2 separate actions?
I think we should keep them as 2 separate actions.
Okay.
And I don't know if the commissioner would agree with me on this, is because for me, the overlay district policy, I think we should focus at one historic district at a time, one community at a time, because what works for one area may not work for the other area.
Which is really getting at number 20 then, right?
Yeah, that's number 20.
Yeah.
That overlay someone may not want it in their particular historic district. So leave it separate.
Okay, got it. Any other comments there on those? Single family neighborhood density direction was brought up by a commissioner. Is that one clear?
To exclusionary zoning policies.
You want to change it to that?
Yeah.
Let's change it.
No.
21.
Number 21 is going to be dealing with that exclusionary zoning policy review. and direction. Is that fair, Adrian?
Yes.
So 21 is the exclusionary. Number 22 is urban food ordinance, direction and action came from a commissioner. Comments there?
I mean, I guess if somebody could explain the difference between 22 and 23. Or is 23 supposed to be things like urban gardening and
Usually that's what them are. Urban agriculture gets into, can I turn my lawn into a farm?
No. Yes. But okay. And then 22 would be?
Dealing with more getting food. It's not it's not
like
the
agriculture.
Systems? It could be farm to table type of things.
Okay.
At least that's what distinction in other cities that I work with.
I'm fine combining those and making it an urban food policy approach.
Urban food policy.
Yeah.
And ordinances, plural it. They're Lauren?
Yeah, whatever. It's inclusive of agriculture.
Okay. 24, it's clear, covers that. 25 is downtown arts district, defining that and direction. Comments there? Next one is first time home buyers program. Looking at what's the role of the city partners and city actions. Community policing program expansion, review and direction. Raina?
Sorry, if I could, going back to 26. If it's something other than a resource or information program, would it require funding on the city side? Because even if it's just a resource and information program that requires staffing?
Yeah, that would be determined in your direction, but I'll add potential funding there as well. Good, thank you. 28 is the neighborhood health clinic. And maybe change that, Gigi, to campus, because that would be consistent with the vision that we talked about yesterday. Defining what is that, putting together a report with options, can partners, and then actions. Does that make sense, Gigi?
And can we, Lyle, please consider that, and everyone, consider that maybe in conjunction with 30, the community paramedic program expansion, and a broader staff and general city infrastructure for public health.
Can you repeat that, Harvey?
So rather than considering 2 or 3 different public health options here, combining several of them and building a more of a city infrastructure for public health. And
I think that's a separate action, Harvey, because you could do these others separately versus the policy. You want to add it?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I
go to page 48 and add as 49. City, public, health, policy and strategy. Does that capture it?
Yeah.
And it's a comprehensive policy and strategy.
Right. That include pieces of 28 and 30 at the very least.
Yeah, it would be a much broader one.
Yeah.
But it would have a very different focus than 28 or 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I also talk a little bit about the about 28? I'm wondering if we can do a neighborhood health clinic and or campus, because part of my thought process is that, and I think Commissioner Simmons, you might be working on this, is getting, maybe using city spaces for.
I've got that already.
Oh, is that somewhere different?
No, I modified it based upon Gigi's comments earlier.
Oh, so it's clinic and/or campus?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I changed that a minute ago or so.
Okay, I thought it was just campus.
No, because I went to Gigi and said, based upon our discussion with the vision, we need to change this title to more the campus/clinic. Isn't that right, Gigi? Okay. Next one is reviewing your comp plan and determining direction there. That came also from management. That one clear?
I'm just going to question why it's on here, because we're legally required to do that by law anyway. It's not like we can prioritize it or not.
Yeah,
We're
this
gonna
one's management in progress.
So put management by this one, Lee?
Yeah, this one's management in progress.
Okay.
Or managements. This is on Lee's list. So what I would like you to do is write in over here on the side where it says priority. You can write Lee's name or just put management by it.
On 29?
On 29. So you don't vote on it. Lee, have you found any others so far?
Nope.
That are management in progress or management?
No.
Okay. 31 is pedestrian safety policy and plan. Do an assessment, a report with findings and options, and determining city actions and the funding of those. And I was wondering, I put this one close to it, is crosswalk and pedestrian signals. Can that be included as part of number 31?
Yes.
You okay with that? So scratch 31 and include that in, or scratch 32 and include 32 in 31. 33 is Cabot and Copper's Superfund site direction and next steps. Lee, is that in management at this point?
No.
Nope. Is that one clear? Harvey.
So, I mean, we're kind of, the ball is sort of in Cabot and Copper's individually courts at this point, rather than us. So we're. You
want to scratch it?
I mean, as much as I hate to scratch it, I think that we can't move forward until we know, their next.
Well, we could move it to on the horizon, and if they move it up through their actions.
Yeah,
does that make sense? So it's still in the plan. It's just we're waiting on their response.
It becomes a huge priority of its own momentum when they.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that works.
So put OTH in that box, which means on the horizon. So it still gets listed, Harvey, on the strategic plan, but it's not dependent upon you. Grace Marketplace service enhancements. A report with options, direction, the city's role, and city actions.
This is a subset of 5, isn't it?
Pardon me?
Isn't this a subset of number 5?
You all have to tell me.
I think it's a subset of number 5.
Fine with that.
So I'll put including 34 and 5 then?
Yes.
Is that correct?
You can't address one without the other. So.
All right, we'll scratch it here and I'll include it in 5. Downtown access and parking, a study, direction, and city actions. Comments there? Single resident occupancy, SRO, report with options, direction, and city actions. Is that one clear? Everybody? Bus stop, shelter, and lighting. Report with options. Several of you pointed out they're dark. Looking at options, direction, what actions can the city take, and funding. Comments there? Neighborhood pocket parks with amenities, a report with options, direction, and city actions and funding there. Comments there. Sidewalk policy program, review it, determine direction and service level and funding. Comments there. ITS, Intelligent Transportation System enhancements, directions and city actions. Going to page 48, that we're almost at the end here, and then we'll pick your priorities on this goal. Land Development Code updates. Lee, is this more management at this point?
Depends what the land development code update would be.
So leave it on here.
Yeah, I think it needs more definition. If there's particular elements of the LDC that the commission feels need to be updated.
Yes, Adrian.
I think the majority of these for me were at least included in the list with that we did with the plan board and moving through those.
So would you put that on the management list then, Lee?
Well, they're ultimately going to come back to the commission.
So they would stay, but management list will come back to the commission at some point versus
being worked on right now. I guess it's how fast.
So put management then by 41.
Yeah, can you put Ed's name there? No, that's fine.
He didn't get his attention. I do not know how to say this. I've heard you say it all.
Takachali.
Thank you. That's future direction report and then determining your direction on that. Annexation policy and action plan. David, this is one you were talking about earlier. This would be reviewing it and determine direction and next steps there. That one clear? The next ones came from management. Large event space, evaluation, a report with options and direction. Is that one clear? Real-time crime center, staffing and funding, including license plate readers, video cameras, and drones. Comments on that one?
Yeah.
Lauren?
I think that the commission needs to have this discussion, but we've talked about at a previous general policy committee meeting when the doorbell issue thing came up about having first a discussion about creating a privacy policy that staff can then apply to some of these other decisions, whether it's a policing decision or a parks.
You want to add that as a separate action?
Well, I'm actually asking for guidance from management on this. I feel like we can't do this until we have our privacy policy in place.
I think you just amend this to include and establishment of a privacy policy.
Okay.
Done. Police districts, direction and funding.
I don't know if that's, I don't know.
Do you want to comment on that one?
I think this is just a general concept of decentralizing the department into what some people call precincts or districts to create greater.
Would you put this on your list?
No, I mean this is going to be a policy decision and a big funding item. So,
okay, I understand what it is now.
Yeah, if it doesn't make the list, that's fine. So,
Raina?
It was the same as the mayor. I just didn't understand what it was. We're good now.
Oh, you're good? Okay. On those, just give me a thumbs up and we're okay. Traffic safety strategy, report with options, direction, and funding. Comments there? And dangerous building mitigation, direction, and city actions.
Pardon me, Lyle, I had a question on the last one. Lee, is that the same thing as Vision Zero policy, or is that something different? 47.
I think it's Vision Zero is more pedestrian. This also includes vehicle to vehicle.
So I kind of disagree with that, and so I'd rather modify this to say Vision Zero strategy, because Vision Zero does include all modes of transportation. It's reducing deaths and serious injuries to zero, regardless of mode.
So change it to Vision Zero strategy.
Yes.
Right, Ed or Lauren?
Yes.
And then dangerous building mitigation, direction there. And we've added 49 is city public health policy and strategy, right? Lee, any others that you would put on your list?
Nope.
Out of these, give me the 6 that are most important for you during the next year.
Ouch.
This is where we start. This is under only goal 1. We've got 4 more goals that we'll be addressing. So
I knew there was a catch.
And this is why I kept trying to put things together.
I know, but then it's what is the deliverable that you're going to have in the end? We want to get a specific deliverables. Give me the 6 that are most important for you.
In the next year.
In the next year. 1 year. The others go on the horizon. They do not disappear. But saying we got all these things, and again, this is only goal 1, and we'll have 4 other goals to look at.
So just as like my high optimism / other feelings, can we all agree that 3 is going to happen one way or the other?
Do not assume anything. This is telling Lee and the charter officers what are the most important that this commission wants to work on this year.
I've got something and I'm not sure where to add it.
Okay, what's that, Gail?
Operationalizing our community engagement strategy.
I think that is coming under the best of class neighbor services goal.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, it's on page 23. But the engagement strategy that you talked about. Lauren.
I believe that we can scratch 31 and 32 because that will be included in the Vision Zero item at the end.
So you want to scratch 31 and 32?
Yeah, those are embedded in Vision Zero if we choose to move forward.
I understand.
So is 47 Vision Zero now?
No, yeah, 40.
Yes.
We changed the traffic safety to Vision Zero strategy is 47.
So let me ask a question. Several of these, I believe, are on that list of planning department priorities that we spent at least 1 workshop and lots of other conversation on. We already prioritized those out. Most of the work, to my understanding, has been done. I would like those come to, and that's outside.
They would be put on Lee's list if that's the case.
Okay.
Lee, do you want to respond to that?
I mean, which specific ones are you referring to? Because
and I don't have that list here in front of us, but when we talked about the historic overlay district, we talked about the historic preservation policy, the urban food ordinances. There's a package from Andrew's shop that we talked about many months ago and prioritized and expected those to come back to us, and they just never have.
And that would be those would be ones that would qualify Harvey, for Lee's list, management to deliver back to you.
Okay.
Lee?
Yeah, I'll have to get back with Andrew and update you, but to the extent that any of these are, critical in your minds, I think they need to somehow be elevated. Because again,
the other ones will put on the management.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to, just the resources we have to deliver stuff to you. So if something is going to knock those, I need to know it.
Okay, so unfortunately, we can't address them right here because I don't have the list and we don't have the folks who were there with us. And I'm assuming that Lauren can fill us in some on it. But
Lauren?
Yeah.
On a different point.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that is a thing.
We'll make sure they get incorporated in here as part of the management agenda.
Yeah, and there are things that, I mean, it's the SROs were part of it. There's a long list of things that we said we want to see these, and we just never saw.
Okay. Lauren?
Yeah, two things. One real quick, people that are watching us and following along, we will be taking public comment in a very short period of time here, so you can kind of get ready to call in. And second, I just kind of wanted to go back to, I think, really valid point that Raina made. And that's, some of these, if we choose them in our top 6, potentially can get accomplished very quickly. And what that means is that things that are more on the horizon can get moved up. So it's not, we shouldn't, I think that's what Lyle's saying. Don't assume, let's put it on here if it's still a high priority. Let's get it done, then get to 7, 8, 9.
That is correct. You got it.
And I also can tell you, Lyle. I'll wait for everybody, though, to ask questions.
Okay. Fire off your numbers. You ready, JJ? JJ?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with what Harvey said. He's absolutely correct about that list. So, Lyle, you want us, even though we have a list that we already generated that should be going to the manager's office, you still want us to go through this current list?
Which is the most important for you, yes.
Okay.
And again, short term, 1 year. Anybody ready to go? Lauren.
3, 5, 6, 15, 21, and 47.
I bet I could have guessed that one.
I'm a man of consistency.
No, but the dots are connecting too, from vision to mission to this. Adrian.
3, 7, 15, 21, 35, and 47.
And this goal is the hardest one because you have the most actions under this of any of the other goals. Other goals will seem easy compared to this one. Harvey.
Okay. And I will tell you all that some of these things, even if they don't make the list, I'm going to keep talking about them until we all just get sick of it. So be prepared.
But what's most important for you?
5, 8, 15, 28, 36, 49. I think that's 6, right?
Yep.
Okay. But again, that cluster of planning department issues.
We'll get them in here.
Yeah. They
I tried to get them from him earlier, so.
Okay.
Who's ready to go? Raina.
Ah, I pushed the wrong button. Okay.
You're good.
Is 30, sorry, I should have caught this before. Is 34 that much difference from 5, or is it just like, do we want to keep grace and homelessness as separate
34
issues?
was eliminated.
Okay. Sorry, I missed that.
Folded into the homeless one, number 5.
Okay, then I'm good to go.
Fire.
3, because I will die on that hill. 5, 47, 21. Wait, sorry, 22.
22.
And 47 and 49.
Got it. Gigi?
I have 5, 6, 14, and 15.
Got it.
19. No, I'm sorry. 28.
No 19.
No, 28 and 49.
28 and 49.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you remind me what 49 is again?
That is the comprehensive public health city policy and strategy.
Oh my God. How many are we allowed to choose?
49.
6. This is goal 1.
I'm not the only one that hasn't gone, am I?
Nope, David hasn't either.
I'm prepared to go.
You ready? Fire.
6, 8, 15, whatever number the catch-all food policy was.
The food?
Yeah, and it sounded like we were also coming to some sort of a catch-all on some type of community health, neighborhood health, public health.
No, well, it's not neighborhood. It's a city public health strategy, and that's 49.
Okay, that and 47. So 49, 47, the food policy, which is 22 or 23, 15, 8, and 6.
Got it. Gail, you got yours?
Yeah, I do. And I also just want to echo what Commissioner Ward and Simmons said about the information that's supposed to come back to us from the planning department.
We'll get that folded in. You'll see it in the final version.
Clearly, we all have. We're all very concerned about that. Okay, so I'm going to go with 5, 6, 16, 22, and 23.
16 gets folded in. Yeah, 16. You're right. Go ahead.
16, the food, the 22 and 23 together.
Yeah.
30 and 49.
Give me one more, everybody. One that you did not vote for the first time, please. Give me a 7th choice.
I'll chime in first. 21.
Got it?
I'm going with 20.
Okay.
21.
Got it?
6.
Got it?
1, 16, whatever that is. 1.
16.
Okay.
I'm going with 36.
Okay. Did I miss everybody?
No, and I'll go with 16 as well. Gail, you added the diversity portion to 16.
That is correct.
And I realize I think I get one more because I said 1 and 16. Is that correct?
Then give me one more, Gail.
Okay. I'm going to go with I'm going to go with 28.
Thank you. Did I get everybody's? The winners here, the ones that are short-term priorities are number 3 is the rental housing. Number 5 is the homeless city action plan. Number 6 is the affordable housing strategy. Number 15 is the downtown master plan and development standards. Number 21 is the inclusionary zoning policy review and direction. Number 47 is Vision Zero. And number 49 is the comprehensive city public health policy and strategy. So those are the ones from this goal.
Do you run the numbers again really quick without the description?
Sure. 1, 4, 1, 5, or not 1. All right. 3, 5, 6. 15, 21, 47, and 49.
Okay, thank you.
Lauren, it's to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I know you're as mentally exhausted as I am right now, so I appreciate all the difficult work. Thank you, Lyle, for keeping us on track and focused. Madam Clerk, I don't have that information in front. It's buried in an email somewhere. So if you could read the instructions for people calling in, the call-in number and meeting ID, and then we will start taking calls from our neighbors who would like to share their thoughts with us.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, give me just a moment. I'm going to have to find that to pull up as well. In the meantime, if broadcast wouldn't mind putting it up on the screen, that would help.
You could even put that up as a screen share if that was more convenient.
I have. So in order to give public comment today, you may dial 301-715-8592 and enter the meeting ID 826-6759-1559. Again, that is 301-715-8592. And you'll need to enter the meeting ID 826-6759-1559. And you'll need to dial *9 to raise your hand to speak.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And so now we'll just kind of wait for a minute or so and see if anybody calls in. Well, that's happening.
Let me give a correction to that meeting ID. I'm just going to read it one more time. The number is 301-715-8592. And today's ID is actually 894-6188-1029. Again, today's meeting ID is 894-6188-1029.
Thank you. And while we're seeing if anybody calls in there, and now that they have the correct ID, people can also comment if they go to the city's website, cityofgainesville.org, and click the agenda button at the top of the page. They can find today's meeting with the date next to it. And there's a button on there where they can comment, leave their comments for this specific item and meeting. And all the commission will see that. You can also email us if you want to get in touch with us later. All right, Madam Clerk, anybody waiting?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll have another opportunity for public comment at the end of the meeting this afternoon. It is 12:37. I think we all need to move around and get some food in our belly. So let's be in recess and we'll reconvene at 1:45. Okay, 1:45. Madam Clerk, we are in recess. for members of the public that are watching, we will have an opportunity for public comment at the end of this afternoon session, and information about that will be posted on social media, as well as scrolling across channel 12 if you're watching that way. And with that, I don't know if Lyle's ready or not. So Mr. Feldman, do you have anything you wanted to share with us before we got into the nitty gritty here?
Just from a timing standpoint, I would ask you all just to keep that time period tomorrow blocked, starting at noon. Based upon our pace, I think we're going to need that time. We may not need all of it, but we will need some.
I'm back. We finally got Laura. It took 20 minutes for your city to accept my email of the revised goals 1 and 2. So I apologize we finally got through Lee to Laura. Laura's was rejecting mine and Lee's for a while. So you will be getting shortly revised goal 1 and a revised goal 2. Goal 1 being equitable community, and goal 2, sustainable community. So I rewrote both of those.
Okay, thank you. So Lyle, I think we're ready to continue on with our work.
All right, why don't we do one more and then come back to the sustainable? Does that make sense to you all for the sake of time?
Sounds good.
We have 4 goals to go through in the next several hours, so.
So where are we at?
I'd suggest going to, let's do the economy one because it's fairly short, which is on page 55. And this is goal 4. So it still remains as goal 4. And we're looking at the 5-year objectives, and then we'll go to the challenges and then to the actions. Support the success and expansion of the University of Florida and Santa Fe College. You want to scratch that one because we took it out of your vision earlier. So I'd throw that out. Support for the success of the hospital and other medical and healthcare facilities and services. Have successful, small, locally owned businesses in 5 years. Reduce the poverty level in the Gainesville community in 5 years. Increase the community's wealth through the development and access to higher paying jobs and career opportunities. Develop a reputation as a place for innovation, entrepreneurs, and startup businesses. Have the University of Florida spinning off businesses that start and stay in Gainesville. Have businesses obtaining capital investment from outside the city of Gainesville. Develop capacity and reputation as a high-tech hub. Have the technology infrastructure that is fast, reliable to support businesses and home offices. Going to the next page, have a diverse local economy insulated from economic trends. Have job and career training facilities and programs available for all neighbors. Attracting new businesses to Gainesville consistent with our economic vision and targeted businesses. Develop a successful minority women-owned business enterprise program that is producing results for neighbors, and expand air service to Gainesville. Those were all things that you all brought up in my interviews as it relates to a resilient economy. Comments on those? Adrian.
Thanks. On objective 1, I do think that's different than what was there before. I mean, we have been supporting.
So leave it in.
GFA College and things like that. I don't know if something we want to continue doing. We definitely have supported that.
Okay.
On objective 10, I think we should add in affordable in there too.
Okay.
For broadband internet. It should be fast, reliable, and affordable. Thank you.
Good. Got those. Harvey.
On 3, I feel like there needs to be some kind of metric there. At least, I mean, we have successful small locally owned businesses. We want more of them.
Increase the number of.
Yeah. And do we want that to just be as broad as just increase, or do we want it to be by X percent?
What percentage would you suggest?
I don't know. It feels empty without something attached.
I understand.
Also, number 4, along the same lines, but more specifically, reduce the poverty level in the Gainesville community by X percent is what I'm looking for. And I don't know what a good 5-year number might be, but I think we need to put a number in there for it to be useful.
Okay.
To bounce off that, though, I think we have a problem in measuring poverty, because you have poverty and then you have extreme poverty, and that changes every year. Like currently I am in the poverty level because this is my only salary. But like that changes and it looks different. So are we basing it solely on income? Are we basing it on self-identification? Are we basing it on need of resource? Like how are we measuring poverty?
So the Census Quick Facts has a number for in poverty, a percentage for poverty. I'd say we work with that number. I mean, it's about as broad and general a number as we could do. We could break it down into many, many categories and spend a week of time trying to figure out exactly what metric to work with. But the census provides one big flat number to use, and I would recommend we do that.
Lee, do you have any comments on the measure of poverty?
I was going to say the census is the number I always look towards. You also have the Alice report, but I don't know how often they update the Alice report to be a meaningful metric.
Yeah, and if we're going to look at another community's poverty to compare to, I would go to Census Quick Facts, and that is the metric I would use to look at any other community, and I assume folks would do the same for ours.
Yeah, and I've generally looked at how we rank with some of our peer university towns, because the factor that you have students here and some of them may be well off but have no income tends to skew when you try to compare it to, let's say, another just city of 133,000 in Florida. So try to compare apples to apples.
Other comments? Gail, and then Gigi.
I'm looking at objective 3, have successful small locally owned businesses. Can we add that something to the effect of that reflects the diversity of our neighbors, or that's in alignment with?
So it's increasing the number of small businesses by X percent, reflecting our neighbors. Is that?
The ownership of the businesses reflecting the
with ownership, okay,
and ownership reflecting the
okay.
There's a word I'm looking for and it's escaping me right now. Can you help me out? It's reflecting demographic. Thank you.
Got it. Does that capture it, Gail?
Yes.
Okay, Gigi.
I have what I do not see a diverse of industry. You know, if you want to have a resilient economy, you need to have a diverse a diversification of industry. I see that we talk about the technology and the hub, but what about? So
you want to add that to number 11? Or do you want a separate one?
I would do a separate one.
Okay, number 16 is
no, go ahead.
Increased business diversity.
No.
What do you want?
A diverse industry, not
All right,
business.
these diverse industries, right?
Yes. And also,
Adrian?
That's kind of 11, I think. 11 and that are kind of the same, I think, somewhat.
I tried that.
Oh,
and
okay.
she said no. No, I tried that one, Adrian.
Lyle.
Yep.
Also, considering the times we are living in and things that are going on in the world today, do we want to have something where we talk about risk factors, how we want to mitigate some of the risks for a resilient economy?
What's the outcome you want? Maybe that's more of an action. What's the outcome?
If we have something in place to mitigate crisis, so our economy can stay strong or stay at good levels, I think we should have something.
I'd say that would be more of an action. You want me to add it as an action?
I don't see it as an action.
Okay, then help me word it then.
I don't know. I don't know how to word it. Maybe somebody.
You said develop mitigating.
How about the objective is a local economy that is resilient to disasters?
Yeah, or crises or something to that nature. That's fine, Lee.
So have a resilient economy that what, Lee?
Having a local economy that is resilient to disasters and crises.
Okay. Does that cover it, Gigi?
Yeah, let's go back to number 11. Define insulated from economic trends.
That is because you have a lot of different types of businesses here. So when one is on a downturn, other ones may be on an upturn. That's what the diversity is.
That would go into what I'm saying, the diversifying of the industry.
So you would say,
huh?
So you could say that 16 then is enfolded into 11 then?
Yeah, that could work.
Okay. And I could put in brackets diverse business and industry to clarify it. Other comments on these? Harvey.
Back to 4. Let's pick a number for a percentage decrease.
So what is your suggestion?
5 years, right?
5 years.
25%. That's 5% a year. I don't want to lowball it, but I don't want to
strive for that 25, and that's number 4, right?
Yeah.
What about 3?
So as a question for 3, would it can the measurement of success be other than just revenue, that they may stay open? Because something could be wildly successful for a year, but it doesn't, survive after that year.
So successful and sustainable is what I'm hearing. Is that right, Raina? So it's there a year from now, 2 years, 5 years. Any others?
Yeah, Lyle, I just have a question for the commission.
Sure.
Because I heard some points, particularly for Objective 4, we're talking metrics. Is this the time when we're gonna talk about the KPIs that we went through about a year ago?
No, they would be following up on this. These would be targets for looking at what's the outcome you want. The measurements, that will be a follow-up on this once this is in place, because you'll have them for each one of your goals.
Okay.
Others? Give me the 6 that are most important for you as you look to the next 5 years. Raina?
Sorry, I had one last question. So the number 14, we are developing a program that assists these minority and women-owned businesses. Now
that's correct.
Are like it's more to, I guess, to like encourage their growth, not to turn.
No, this
out
would be
businesses.
actually developing, like a lot of cities have, a program and have it in place.
Okay.
In 5 years.
Thank you.
Did that help?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give me the 6.
I'm ready.
Fire, David.
Number 4, number 5, number 6, number 12, number 13, and number 14.
Got it. Thank you. Lauren?
3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 14.
Got it. Harvey?
2, 3, 4, 7, 10, 11.
Adrian?
3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 13.
Got it. Dale?
3, 4, 11, 13, 14.
Got it.
Ready?
Yep.
3, 4, 10, 11, 14.
Got it. Thank you. Gigi?
I have 3, 4, 11, 14, 10, and 13.
Okay. The big winners here are...
Wow, I think I missed one.
Okay.
I think I only gave 5. In which case, I want to add 5.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
The big winners are 3 is increasing the number of successful and sustainable small business, locally owned businesses. Number 4 is reduce the poverty level. Number 10 is have technology infrastructure that is fast, affordable, and reliable. Number 11 is diversify your local economy with diverse industries and businesses insulated from economic trends. Number 13 is attracting new businesses. And number 14 is developing a successful minority women-owned business program, an MWBE program that is producing results for neighbors. Those are your objectives. Looking at the challenges over on page 58 and 59. Tapping the economic potential, excuse me, the University of Florida, the hospital, the college, including spin-off businesses. Uncertain global, national, and local economy impacted by, that should be COVID-19. reducing the poverty rate in the Gainesville community, defining the city's policy role in funding for economic development activities, expanding job and career opportunities, attracting businesses that are right for Gainesville, expanding the airport facility and air services, providing access for minority and women-owned enterprises to city bidding processes and contracts, attracting investors to local businesses, creating a community with a diverse workforce feeling welcome. Going to next page, expanding the city's commercial tax base through business investment and facility development, defining and funding for city incentives for economic development and business and investments, negotiating development agreements that are responsible and fair, expanding business opportunities in downtown, support neighbors who are telecommuting, working from home. Number 16 is expanding and continuously upgrading the infrastructure in the Gainesville community. What other challenges, changes, looking over to achieving this goal? Harvey.
Well, wouldn't you say that, or maybe you would not, that 15 and 16 have so much in common as to be the same thing?
It's really up to you, but other cities have found that it goes beyond just the technology as it relates to telecommuting. Okay. It is also supporting those by having places where they can come and work and have some social interaction, so it's not feeling as isolated at home. It's a little tough with COVID, but
we used to call those offices.
They're called
co-work. I know.
They could be more communal workspaces. Anyway, if you want to combine them, that's fine, but there is some other things that beyond the infrastructure that is reliable, affordable, and Other comments, additions, or changes? Adrian, is your hand up? Yep.
It is, yeah. So was 16 broadband? Is that internet? Is that what that is?
It could be.
Okay. And I do agree they are separate. Our economy, I think, is going to change, or has already changed. A lot of big businesses have to be more from home. So we have to change how we serve businesses too, customers. So having them work from home too. All right, thank you.
JJ.
Oh, hey, Lyle. Why you guys didn't tell me my microphone's been on? You hear this moan behind me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have not seen anything that in this that speaks about GRU and how that will impact our local economy, like sewer for local businesses, infrastructure, utilities.
Okay.
I'm not seeing this in here.
They did not have that as part of their write-up, but we can add it as part of number 17.
Okay. I don't know how we would word it.
Supporting infrastructure for business development and expansion. And that could be electric, it could be water or wastewater, Gigi. So it's having the city infrastructure, bear with me a moment, to support economic growth and business expansion. How's that? Is that getting close, Gigi? So 17 is having the city infrastructure to support economic growth and business investment. Other additions or comments? Raina?
So when we talk about 10 and we say diverse workforce, do we mean like traditional in an office and telecommuting, or do we mean like of different, like as an equity diverse, or like?
I think it's more equity diverse.
Okay.
I read that.
Got that whole equity goal coming up next.
I wasn't sure based on like how we were at the economy track, if it was one or the other.
No,
but, okay.
no. This would be, if we have diverse, demographically diverse workforce, are they feeling welcome in our community?
Okay, thank you.
Any others? Yes, Harvey.
Number 4 and number 12 have a lot in common.
Yep.
And I'm wondering if they need to be separate or if we can roll those together.
You can do whatever you guys want. The number 12 is really focusing on the funding of incentives and defining those. Is that what I'm seeing up there, Lauren?
I think they should be together.
So policy and incentives.
So we're on 4, we're funding city operations of doing the work. And on 12, we're talking about funding actual incentives. That being the difference.
That is correct.
Okay.
But you want to keep them, and
I want to keep them separate, yeah.
Keep them separate? Because depending upon what you do with that role in 4, it could impact your own internal structure as well as relationships with other bodies versus regardless of what the structure is, what are we willing to fund for incentives? And what role government should play in that as well. Any others? Give me the 7 that you see are the most significant 1-year challenge and or opportunity. 1 year, short term.
So Lyle has a question.
Yep.
If it's something that we think that is achievable in a year, but it wasn't.
No, these are challenges. Again, what do we need to focus in on, particularly if it's achievable in a year?
Well, that's what I'm asking. So even though it wasn't, maybe something wasn't picked as our objectives for 5 years.
But it could relate to the broader vision of the vision we did yesterday.
We foresee it as like achievable or a challenge or opportunity?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Gigi.
Hey, Lyle, can we look at maybe adding something to like number 14? It says expanding business opportunity in Gainesville or downtown, and maybe we could add into also expanding businesses in less in areas of our communities that's underdeveloped or previously do not have businesses. I don't know how we would word it, but I don't think it should just be focused on downtown. We have other areas in our community too that could benefit from businesses. I'm just putting it out there.
Add neighborhoods in there.
Well, I'd rather see that as a separate item because downtown here and every downtown its own thing, and then other neighborhoods are different from that.
So how would we word it?
Well, we're going to go to neighborhood businesses.
Okay.
Expand neighborhood businesses in you talked about underserved areas, is that right, Gigi?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be that specific.
All right, so just expanding those neighborhood businesses.
Yeah.
That are particularly locally owned.
Yeah.
Okay. We added that as 18, and again, give me 7. Who's ready to fire? Lauren.
1, 4, 8, 10, 14, 15, 17.
Got it. Adrian?
1, 4, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Got it. Raina?
3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 12, 16.
Got it. Harvey?
1, 4, 6, 10, 14, 16, 17.
Thank you.
2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 11, 12.
Got it. Gigi?
4, 8, 10, 12, 16, 17, and 18.
Got it. David?
1, 4, 5, 8, 10, 14, and 15.
Okay. The short-term challenges are: 1 is tapping the economic potential of the university, the college, and the hospital. Number 4 is defining the city's policy as well as incentives for economic development. Number 8 is providing access for minority and women-owned business enterprises to the city bidding process and contracts. Number 10 is creating a community where a diverse workforce feel welcome. Number 12 is defining and funding incentives for, that's right, the other one was not. This is the incentives is 12. Number 14 is expanding business opportunities in downtown. Number 16 is expanding and continuously upgrading the technology infrastructure, including the broadband. And number 17 is having the city infrastructure to support economic growth and business investment. Going to the next page. There's only 13 actions here. The University of Florida Partnership and Strategy, defining outcomes, key issues, discussion, possible joint project, and city actions came from commission. Is that one clear? Santa Fe College, partnership and strategy, outcomes, key issues, direction, and city actions there as it relates to economic development. Comments there? Yes, Adrian?
I'd like to add a 14, community broadband, direction, city role, and funding mechanism.
I had that under the equity goal, but we can have it here.
Yeah, I think since a lot of the other things have been tying into it in this whole area, I think it might be good to have here. That's where I grabbed that information.
So you would want to add number 14 is community
broadband, yeah, direction, city role, and funding mechanism.
Right. Add that as number 14. Number 3 is city resiliency, economic development policy and strategy, and that would be for the commission to define outcomes of the city's role, direction, strategy with performance measures, actions, and then what are the next steps? Is that one clear? Job training, career development, looking at best practices. What is the city's role here? Who are potential partners, both private sector, college, or university? A report back to you with options, direction, city actions, and the funding of that. That one clear? Comments there? Youth employment and training programs. Get a report with options, direction, determining what role the city plays, identifying partners, and the funding of that. Comments there? Harvey.
Let me say two things, or a thing about 4 and 5. We have, every now and then we have a conversation about apprenticeship requirements. And a lot of work gets done, and we have a big conversation about it, and then it gets shelved for another few months, and with the promise it's going to come back, and then it does, and we shelve it again, and we don't ever take any action. I think that plays into both of these, or rather 4 and 5, not 4 and 5.
Yeah, 4 and 5 were the ones you're mentioning.
Right. We have job training and apprentice training in Gainesville that have empty spaces. It's a question of market demand for those apprentices. And we can help create that market demand by phasing that in. There is a question of cost associated with that, but we never got back what we were asking for about it. Or at least I felt like we never got the full opportunity back on it. We never saw.
Was that recent, Harvey, or has that been over the years?
6 months ago, and then a year prior to that. And
okay. Is it captured in 4 and 5? Or does it need to be a separate item?
And could be a part of them.
Lee, do you know anything about this, Lee?
As part of 4 and 5, we probably also ought to inventory what job training and apprentice programs are available in our community already, because they tend to operate in their own pockets rather than being, combined.
Added that.
Yeah.
Lee, do you have any comments on this one? Are those two?
I do not. I think that predates me, so I have to get up.
Okay. Other comments there? Market and grocery store business attraction. And that would be, what's our goal? What's the city's role? Ultimately funding and determining what incentives there are for the city. And that's dealing proactively with the food desert issue. Comments on that one? That clear? Live workspace, defining it, identifying locations, determining the city's role, who you can partner with, get direction, and determining what actions need to be taken by the city. You look very comfortable there, Gail.
Yeah, probably a little bit too comfortable. But
Anyway.
Can we go back to 6 though?
Sure.
The market grocery store business attraction. I'm not entirely, I think I'd like to broaden that a little bit, because I don't necessarily believe that we need to attract a grocery store business. We might build our own. But, that's always an option. So if we can broaden that just to include all options that are available to us.
So put options in number 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's good.
Any other comments? Number 8 is incubator, innovator, entrepreneur space and program. It should be not space. Goals, direction, and then what actions the city needs to take. Comments on that one? Small business retention, growth, and support. This would be looking at what is our goal, going out in the community, looking at what has been the impact, particularly of COVID, short-term and long-term, with a report back, and it deals with the sustainability of some of your locally owned businesses as a result of COVID. Who can you partner with? What are your actions and the funding of that? Comments on 9. 10 is putting together that MWBE, the Minority Business Enterprise Program, looking at best practices, a report with options, direction, and city actions on that program, getting that up and running. Is that one clear?
I have a question.
Sure.
So 9 and 10, I feel like a lot of that information is going to be included in the disparity study that we're going to be doing. So I'm wondering if those
Lee, I need help on that one. Will it address 9 and 10?
So I think the disparity study is really geared towards firms doing business with the city versus 9 and 10 deal really about operating in the community as a whole.
Do we know that?
Tanisha's looking to get in here, Gail, if you want to let her talk to this a little bit first.
Oh, okay.
So the disparity study is going to tell us whether we have a legal basis to create race and gender-based programs at the city.
My understanding of that was that they were going to be doing a lot of kind of in-depth community research in the community about our local small business landscape to be able to base some of those kind of decisions on. So I thought that there was just going to be a lot of research that was
there will be
disparity studies. So that's why I'm saying that that 9 and 10, it seems like those go together because it's kind of all encompassing of our entire small business landscape.
Right, and the disparity study will do all of that. They'll do lots of in-depth research and even community conversations and outreach to our small businesses. So there will be that as well. But at the end of that disparity study, we will know what the demographics of our small businesses look like in the county, and it will tell us whether we have a legal basis to create race and gender-based programs.
And 9 and 10 is then taking and doing something and actually producing results. Adrian and then Lauren.
Yeah, my understanding is very steady. It won't have like specific strategies for our area either, correct? It'll just tell us if we have a problem or not.
No specific strategies for.
Yes, they will offer as a part of as an entire package once they're done with the disparity study, recommendations as well.
Okay. I guess one thing on 9 is it deals with COVID-19, and that's like an immediate issue that we have. And I don't think the disparity study, when do you think we would get back to the disparity study?
The disparity study could take between 12 to 18 months.
Yeah, I don't think we can wait that long for.
Well, there's a difference between creating small business programs, because those aren't race and gender based.
Yeah.
Or an MWBE, which would be race and gender based. So they're two separate things. So you could create programs now around small businesses that are not race and gender based, which we do because it's not segregated by any type of protected status.
So Tanisha, are you suggesting that 10 needs to be put on the horizon for the next 12 months until the disparity study is completed?
I would say so, because we don't know at this point if we're going to have a legal basis to create any type of race or gender-based program. Right now, everything that we do or need to continue to do legally needs to be gender neutral.
Okay. Lauren?
Thank you. First of all, Tanisha, thank you for that update. That was really helpful. Gail, I want to keep these separate. Kind of going back to something that you brought up earlier this morning, where they might be in similar space, but the strategies to be effective and successful in those areas are going to probably be quite a bit different. And so, that's why I'm viewing them differently. So anyway, and then once we get the disparity study back, we can see what we can use that will fit both of those action plans versus having to develop different approaches to target each goal. Anyway, that's where I am.
Other comments? Tech Hub development. Options, and then eventually what actions need to be taken. Comments on that one? City-owned, yes? Somebody say something? Next one is city-owned land, doing an inventory and coming up with a disposal policy, particularly as it relates to stimulating economic opportunity for others. That is number 12. And then management had development agreements with concept companies, 12, direction. Lee, do you want to comment on that one? It came from management.
Yeah, I'd have to get back to the commission. I'm not completely sure what we're determining to be the concept companies. I know we're doing some work on the Innovation Square project, And that may be what they're referring to.
Should I make that in? Is that management? Is that a management action, Lee?
Yeah, you can put that in management.
So put 12 by management.
13.
Or 13. And it's Innovation Square?
I believe so. I'll clarify.
We'll get that cleared. And then we've added 14. Is that right, Adrian? Any others we need to add here? Any others? Only once, twice? Give me the 4 out of here that are most important for you. You got 3 more goals to go through.
You said 4, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
For the next year, 1 year. Most important. Don't assume
3.
they're going to be done. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Fire.
3, 4, 12, 14.
Got it. Adrian?
3, 9, 12, 14.
Okay. Harvey. And then Gail.
3, 9,
Harvey.
12, 14.
What are they?
3, 9, 12, 14.
Gail.
3, 4, 6, 3, 4, 6, 9.
Got it. Gigi.
3, 4, 5, and 10.
Got it. David?
I'm in such alignment with all of y'all up till now. Now all of a sudden, I'm like living on a different planet. 1, 2, 3, 9.
That isn't that off. David?
Sorry, I zoned out for a second. 4, 5, 6, and 9. And this is just for this year, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Short term.
Yeah.
And I need a tiebreaker between 12 and 14. 12 and 14. Give me one.
Repeat 14 again.
14 is community broadband direction, city role and funding.
So we.
All right, Harvey, what's yours?
We, well, I need some clarification here. We have voted positively several times for, and this predates you, Lee, several times in the last 3 years for number 12. I don't know how we don't have that already. But I'm reminded that we don't. 14 is what I would choose, but I really don't know how we don't have 12 yet.
Lee, do you know anything about this?
It predates you, but
I know, but one of the things that we will be accomplishing with the bringing the broker on board, which we're currently out on the street for, is to create a strategic plan for real estate disposal. So we'll be
So that's really number 12. So put management, Harvey, we got a solution. Put management by 12 and we'll add 14.
Then that means one of my votes doesn't count.
Why?
Because I voted for 12.
No, it gets in there automatic. It's
Oh,
on Lee's
automatically.
list.
Okay.
We're keeping it. So what you do is you have 2 management and 4 policy on this. That's this. All right. Now we're going to get a little complex. Do all of you have access to your email?
Oh boy.
Which one's passed on that one? Or are we not there yet?
Pardon me?
Which
Oh, yeah,
one?
we didn't get the pass.
Which ones did we get passed? I don't think.
Oh, 3, 4, 9, and 14, and 12 and 13 are on management. Sorry about that. Laura sent you, or somebody sent you, an email that has goals 1 and 2. Adrian, you look like you've got it in your hands. That is good. Do others have availability of that?
Mm-hmm.
That is good. So what I did in the time frame is crudely put the two together. There are a couple of gaps, though, that I'll have to add just in terms of the rush of things. One of the things I noticed got dropped. So, but we're going to start with the equitable community. Goal 1. The 5-year outcomes. Increase.
Well, I'm sorry. I can we take a brief pause? I'd like to print this out. The screen's really hard for me to. So let's just try to take like a 5-minute break.
5-minute break, and everybody can print them.
Yeah.
Or easier if you have them in hand.
Yeah.
Early.
Can we just confirm who's going to be delivering the emails?
Laura Gretz.
Okay.
It came at 1:50 in the afternoon.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Did you just throw something over your shoulder, Raina?
Yes, and it's going to be picked up later. I'm wrapped in a blanket and I finally just got not freezing.
I thought maybe you were a basketball star throwing it for the hoop.
I trip over flat surfaces.
I thought maybe you were very talented being able to.
And I'm 4'11", so pick any other sport.
Understand.
I have talents. They do not extend to sports.
So it's just the 5 of us so far. Is that what I'm saying?
Yes, I believe the mayor wanted to go and print it out. So
Yep.
upon his turn, we can reconvene.
I was seeing how many were back from printing.
I don't own a printer, so we're just gonna do it the new way.
I'm out of
That
it.
works.
My printer's too far away.
All right.
There, it's back.
What house do you live in?
Well,
Gigi's
that
back.
over there, that's the printer. And I'm not going that far.
She's in District 2, man. All the houses are big.
We don't have that kind of room over here in District 4.
Excuse you, I lived in 4. This is roughly the same size. And you have mansions in 4. What do you mean you don't have houses that are big?
Okay, Lyle, which one of these did you want to tackle first?
Goal 1, equitable community, because it was your higher priority.
Yeah.
There may be a few errors in it because it was done very quickly. So we can, I brought my for whiting out to make changes.
Are we broadcasting?
Okay.
We
are we live, Lauren?
We
Okay.
are. We are. Yeah. We never. We never.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Final thing.
Does everybody have it? Give me a thumbs up. Everybody got it? The 5-year outcomes, there's an increase among all neighbors, trust in city government. In 5 years, reduce the poverty level in the community. We did a little bit of that under the prior goal. Enhance the access to city services, information, programs, facilities, and activities for all neighbors. Expand the multilingual capacity of community builders. Reduce the neighborhoods that are food deserts. Have all neighbors feeling welcome, engaged, and involved. In 5 years, upgrade the schools and education programs for all neighbors. Changes, additions here. Harvey.
Can we include the 25% figure for objective 2?
Sure. We've already got it under another goal. I'm not sure which goal would be better, so we can do that. Comments from others. What other 5-year objectives would you have as an equitable community? We've got a lot of actions coming up. Any others? Gail, and then Gigi.
I am.
You've gone silent on us. Gail, you're silent.
Sorry, Gigi can go ahead and go. Gigi can go ahead and go first.
All right, Gigi.
Lyle, for objective 7, upgrade the schools and educational programs for all neighbors. Refresh my memory on that because I know we had the UF in Santa Fe topic within that. So what was this again?
This was an outcome for an equitable community that you've upgraded the schools for all and programs.
I thought we were putting something that we could do like
I know, but this was written before we had that discussion. Oh. This is from the interviews.
Okay.
This is pre our discussion on vision and mission.
Okay, thanks.
Gail?
Yeah, I would like to add something like the city of Gainesville's resource allocate. So there's some We did a little bit of this work in the race and equity subcommittee. So I am modifying some of what we did there. The City of Gainesville's resource allocation will advance racial equity. Through the implementation of a budget equity tool. Through the development and implementation of a budget equity tool.
So maybe 8 is develop a budget equity tool.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Add that as number 8. City budget equity tool, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'd like to put something in there about equitable development. I know it needs to be a little bit more specific, but I'll just read you what we have. Is the City of Gainesville commits to equitable development, meaning that quality of life outcomes such as affordable housing, quality education, living wage, employment, healthy environments, and transportation are equitably experienced by people currently living and working in our community. That's really broad.
So what's the outcome you would like to see?
Outcome I'd like
5 years.
In 5 years is that we have a way, and I believe that the comp plan will help to accomplish this, but that we have a way to measure,
Again, looking at the outcome that you would like to achieve.
Yeah.
You want to think about it, and I'll go to Raina and then come back.
Yeah.
Raina and then GJ.
So one thing, and maybe we do have this, and I'm just not fully aware of it, but do we have, I think it's been talked about before, kind of hiring more women and more minorities, but also hiring them for more prominent positions?
I have that written in here, Raina. Do you want me to read something? Do you want me to read that, what I have?
Or the outcome could be have a city workforce reflective of the community demographics. Is that it? Or a more diverse workforce?
So the City of Gainesville hires, trains, and promotes a racially and culturally diverse workforce within all departments at all levels.
Okay, yeah. Then maybe that's the last time.
Let's make that number 9, Gail.
Okay.
Is have a city workforce that is racially diverse.
Racially and culturally diverse.
Okay, thank you.
Within all departments at all levels.
All departments and all levels, right?
At all levels, yeah. I'm sorry,
That's
Raina.
number 9, folks. So we've added 8 as the equity tool, budget equity tool. 9 as a workforce that is racially and culturally diverse at all in all departments and at all levels. Is that right, Gail?
Yes.
Okay. Lauren.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest to Gigi for objective 7, we modify that to say enhance high quality after and out of school educational programs for
which is you okay with that, GJ?
That's good. That's great.
In our community centers too. That's number 7 modified or drastically changed. Comments from others? Any other ones we need to add here?
Yeah,
Adrian?
I'd like to.
Adrian,
Sorry.
and then Gail.
For number 9, Gail, so we talk about like being racially diverse, but that doesn't really give any kind of goal because diverse doesn't really have a kind of, I guess, like a clear standard or goal. I think Raina brought up before, or something, or reflecting the demographics of the city. Or
That's what I said.
Maybe you said that. Sorry, because then there's actually
a wrong
goal, but I don't.
Again, these
I don't know
are
what the
outcomes.
definition of diverse is, I guess, if there's not like a, has to be reflected.
What I have for number 9 is have a city workforce that is culturally, racially, and culturally diverse in all departments and at all levels. Is that right?
That reflects the demographics of our city at the end.
That's what I would like to add. Because I think it gives us a clear goal, because diverse doesn't really have a meaning without.
So my problem with that is, while it gives you a goal, you may go backwards to reflect the demographics. You're like, well, we've hired too many minorities or too many women, so now we have to go backwards and fire to meet that. That's why I don't want it to reflect, because the demographics are not there to be necessarily equitable, but it might show like a racial or cultural majority that then we don't hire or promote beyond that because we've met that demographic. That's why I'm hesitant.
You can say at a minimum. Like that's the floor, not the ceiling.
Okay. If we put the minimum, then I'm okay with that.
Gigi, you were getting in here a minute ago. And then David.
I wanted to see if we could add something to reflect access to health care services or health care, equitable access to health care or services.
Add that as number 10. That is already under goal 3 now, but we can.
Is it?
Equitable access to health care and services. Is that what I heard, Gigi?
Yes.
That's number 10. David.
Yeah, I need some clarification. So, is this going back to our discussion on principle 1? Is that what's been drawn here?
Yep.
Okay, so maybe my notes are. Go ahead.
It goes to a number of things, but yes, go ahead.
Because what I've got for the notes that I took for what we voted on was that equity and inclusion to quality healthcare and trust in the medical community was something that we had noted as a priority. We also noted equity and inclusion to city contracts, ability to bid on services and projects.
That's correct. Under other goals.
Right. And then, also common understanding of equity and things like that. We have had a lot of discussions about what kind of objectives to set for our equity priority, and some of it's still tied up in the committee, but that's only because we have to allow our staff to conduct certain studies before we can have the foundation for some of those goals. So this has been really helpful. This whole exercise, I actually have been impressed with how we've been able to whittle down some of our most winding discussions. But at the same time, that is one example of a policy initiative that is a certain ways down the road that I just don't want it to be lost because of a technicality, which is that we're waiting, that it's basically it's in another office getting done right now.
No, it's actually an action item coming up in the action. So that would be delivering on that one, David.
All right. Well, maybe I'm just.
And the other thing is,
number of goals.
This year you're doing vision, mission. You don't do that every year. You do it maybe 3-4 times in a decade. So this strategic planning is much more prolonged than the others. But if some's come up studies, you may tweak the vision or you may tweak a goal based upon a study that comes in and you say, hey, we need to revise our outcomes or revise our vision. So again, it's part of that being nimble. Gail, do you have another one?
No, this is following up with some of the questions that David had. So we have some goals that we came up with in the subcommittee. We're also working through some other issues, and the plan was to come back to the commission sooner rather than later. It turns out it's likely going to be after the break now because of having to, subcommittee meetings are just on hold now. So once we come back to the commission with some of the recommendations that the subcommittee has, how does that fit into the work that we're doing today?
I think you can tweak it based upon that. And if you've got major themes from the committee, we ought to build them in here if we can. Lauren?
Okay.
Yeah, and then you know, something I don't know if Lee or Lyle said it yesterday, but you know, what I see happening, Gail, is that sometime in January, coming back and revisiting this document.
That is correct.
You know, give it a freshen up. Maybe some things we can cross off the list because they're done. Other things rise to importance. And so, you know, as that work continues to happen, I think we then can, you know, sort of bring it in as it gets ready. Now, if it needs to happen before that because you're done and it's ready and it's all fleshed out, then great. We can just talk about it at a general policy meeting.
So it sounds like, so this is what I envision. This is what's going to be happening at the workshop, is that we're going to be going through a similar process like we're doing now, but specifically with the equity initiatives. So because that is coming after this discussion, how does that fit in to the overall plan?
I think, as Lauren said, you come back and tweak it in the update.
But not in January. Like it can happen
whenever it is.
Okay.
David,
it feels like.
Go ahead.
It feels like we have, due to many different reasons, but it's just been on hold.
I know, we're trying to move it forward.
Well, I'm talking about the equity work that we're doing in the subcommittee.
Yeah.
So, you know, some decision making needs to happen with the commission to be able to move forward on some of what we've talked about. So I just want to make sure that there's space and room to be able to make those decisions.
There will be.
But even if it wasn't meant
to be reflected in the actions coming up.
Huh?
It's reflected in the actions coming up specifically in a couple of pages.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Adding the actions. David, you had some other things, I know. David. Do you have any others, David?
We're going to go down a rabbit hole if we keep. I think Gail said it. That's a cap. That's fine.
Okay. Adrian, did you have something? Any others? Looking at the 10, give me the 5 most important objectives as you look to the next 5 years.
How many?
5.
Can you repeat what number? Do we have 8, 9, and 10? You said?
We have 7. It was modified to the before and after school programs in community centers.
Okay.
8 is developing the equity tool. 9 is a city workforce that is racially and culturally diverse, reflected in all departments, all levels, reflecting minimally the community demographics. And 10 is having equitable access for all neighbors to health services and neighborhood services.
Okay, I want to be clear about number 8 is that it's the budget equity tool, because there's also a racial equity toolkit. So we're talking about a budget equity tool.
You want to add both budget and or just budget here?
Well, we already have we'll say both. We'll say racial equity toolkit and budget equity tool.
Okay, got it. Give me the, ready to go? Raina.
3, 4, 6, 7, 9.
Got it. Harvey?
2, 3, 4, 8, 9.
Got it. David? Are you waving? Okay. Gail?
2, 3, 5, 8, 10.
2, 3, 5, 8, 10.
Wait, did I say 9? Wait, 9 is mine, isn't it? Ah.
Yeah.
My goodness. I'm sorry. Go to somebody else.
Okay. Gigi?
7, 8, 9, 10, and 5.
Thank you. Lauren?
3, 5, 6, 7, 9.
Got it?
Can you repeat 9 for me?
9 is your city workforce that is racially and ethnically diverse.
Okay.
In all departments and all levels, reflecting minimally our community demographics.
Okay. 2, 3, 5, 8, 9. Whew.
Okay. David. Adrian.
3, 5, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Fire away.
2, 3, 4, 5, and 9.
I need a tiebreaker between 3, 4, and 7. The ones that are in are let me try again. It should be 2. The ones that are in that you have a majority are 3, 5, 8, 9, and 10. I need a tiebreaker between 2, 4, and 7. Give me one. 2, 4, and 7. I see a 4. Gigi?
7.
7. I see a 7 from Lauren. I see a 4 and a 4. And Gail and David. Ooh. Gail, you got one? We can't hear you.
Hey, Lyle, just to make sure, the options were 3, 4, and 7, right?
2, 4, and 7.
Oh, 2, 4, and 7. Okay.
Gail, you got yours?
4.
All right, David, it's up to you. Between 4 and 7, pick one. You're a tiebreaker.
Commissioners, do we have any arguments for or against?
Si no eliges el 4, va a haber otros problemas.
Anybody else?
Yeah, so the argument for is that only 2 of y'all understood what she just said. Only 2 of us, I should say.
I understood, Harvey.
Thank you.
I understood too. I'm just not going to
too. I understood.
Yes, I think it's probably not the best thing, Commissioner, that we single one another out that way. Para dicho. 4.
That's a 4.
No, I grew up in San Diego. My Spanish and yours may be a very, some words have different meaning, I believe. So it's 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. Actually, 7 is covered under a different goal as well. Going to the challenges on page 3 in this handout. Limited language capacity of city government and community builders. Another challenge is lack of trust and confidence based upon historic actions. Existence of food deserts in some neighborhoods. Number 4 is increasing diverse population of the Gainesville community. City following through on city policies and mayor and council directions as it relates to equity. Attracting grocery stores to underserved neighborhoods, expanding career and medical care and healthcare services, including hospital, clinics, and neighborhoods. Managing the community and neighborhood impacts of COVID-19 and crisis. During defining the city's role and responsibility to addressing the is partnering with the community, nonprofits, community organizations, faith-based community, and other governments, and defining the city's role in improving schools and providing preschool opportunities for all. What other major challenges are there? Gail?
What page are we on?
Page 3 and 4 on the thing that was emailed to you.
Oh.
Adrian, does your robot have something to do with his internet connection?
What other ones would you add here? Any comments or additions or changes?
I mean, I think this might be, unless I don't read digitally as well as I do in print, but unless I'm missing, implementing language lines across all departments.
Is that number 1? The challenge?
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, as the challenge as
We're in
opposed
the
to the
challenge at
opportunity.
this point. We've got action coming up on the next page. We actually got several actions on that.
Then you have permission to ignore me.
Is that okay? Any others? Lauren?
I don't know if it's best housed here or is. Anyway, I'm gonna bring it up here. I don't know if this is the best place for it, so we can figure that out.
That's okay.
Organizational resistance to change.
Go to number 14. It also can fit under another one, which is the high-performing organization, which is the last goal we'll get to, goal 5. But it can be very appropriate in more than one place. Any other additions here? Gail?
I'm thinking that we can combine 3 and 5. 3 and 6.
I agree.
So we'll fold 6 under 3, Gail. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Question, is there anything we can do about number 12, or is that something we should strike?
Can I answer that?
Lauren?
I thought the same thing, Raina. But if these are challenges to achieving equity,
these are challenges.
Challenge, even though we don't have as much control over it. So anyway.
Yeah, and you're right, Lauren. It is the challenge there.
Yeah.
That respond? Adrian?
I would say the perception of certain neighborhoods as well, or certain portions of our city is a challenge. Doesn't really face reality, but the perception is definitely an issue.
Go to add that as number 15. And that's the perception of certain neighborhoods. Is that right, Adrian?
Town? I don't know how the best way to put that.
I think areas, because like even downtown.
Areas, that's better.
Yeah, areas. It is areas, yeah.
Any others we need to add? Gigi, we're going to make a comment?
No.
How many
Okay.
are we choosing?
What was that, Gail?
How many are we going to end up choosing?
We're going to pick 6. Give me the 6 here, the most significant short-term 1-year challenge. 1 year. And fire off when you have your 6. Harvey.
1, 2, 5, 8, 9, 14.
Got it. Gigi?
What was 14 again?
14 is the city's organization's resistance to change. And then 15 is the perception of certain areas in our community.
Okay, I'm ready.
Fire away.
2, 3, 8, 14, and 15.
Got it. Adrian?
3, 5, 9, 12, and 15.
Got it. Lauren?
3, 5, 8, 9, 11, 14.
Got it. Who am I missing?
Me. 2, 3, 5, 8, 12, 14.
Okay. Thank you. Rena, are you ready?
I need one more if anybody wants to, make a plug.
Well, give me what you got.
I have 1, the 3-6 combo, 9, 14.
And?
Waiting for a plug.
I'll give you a plug. The perception issues of different areas of our city is stopping investment from happening from the private side. Changing the perception will have private investment start to come in.
I want to agree with Adrian on that, but also when you talk about addressing the inequity to access to medical care and healthcare services, that's a big issue as well.
David, you got yours?
Yeah.
That's number 8.
You ready?
Yep.
3, 5, 8, 9, 13.
Okay. You have a choice there, Rena?
I'm, because this is in the year to come.
This is short term, Rena.
Let's go with 14 or 15 for neighborhoods.
Okay, I need a quick tiebreaker between 2 and 15. 2 and 15. Give me one.
Two.
15.
2.
2.
2.
I'm missing a couple.
I'm going with 2.
Got it. Is that everybody? I think.
Thank you, Miss David.
The big winners are 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, and 14. The others stay on the longer term list. Going to pages 5 and 6. Number 1 is the racial equity policy and plan. Gail, that's following through on what you're working on currently. Is that clear, Gail?
I see. Yes. Your question is, do I see it? Yes.
So is that captures, that's where you're going with your report, right?
No. Oh no, there it is. Every toolkit's there. Okay, good.
And
Yeah.
it's not only that, but it's also implementation and performance reporting, as you and I chatted, right?
Yeah, and there's also more which I've added since we've spoken, which is but it's on the other one. So anyway, budget equity tool. That we've already.
That's the equity toolkit's number 5.
Yeah, but there's also something besides that which is a budget equity tool, which is a way that.
Wouldn't that be one of the part of the toolkit there?
No.
You want to add that as number 14 then?
Yeah, because it specifically has to do with the budget season and budgeting for the city.
Yeah.
During the budget.
Leave 13 blank. It was an omission. It was in the original one and it got left out somehow. So 14 is budget equity tool development. Is that right?
Yes.
Gail? Number 2 is a city public health office. Do you want to take that off since we already got that health issue strategy as a priority action for the year? Are you okay with that?
Okay.
Yes? So to scratch 2. 3 is the 3rd grade reading strategy. Best practice is a report and determining what role the city, if any, plays there. Number 4 is Food Desert Elimination Action Plan, a report with findings and options, a decision on direction and city actions and potential partners. Is that one clear? Comments there. The equity toolkit you just talked about, Gail. Number 6 is health access for residents. What's our outcome? A report with options, including residents' use of the city's health insurance policy, direction, action, and funding. So this is health access for all residents, actually neighbors. Somehow I slipped in there. Translator certification process and program. A report with options, direction, and funding for that. Comments on that one? Intercultural competency and sensitivity training city. A report with options, direction, city actions, and funding. Comments on that one? The next one is GNV East Incentivized Development Direction. Is that clear? Comments there on that one. Federal Opportunity Zones, direction and city action. Gail?
Can we get
Gail?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Gail?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay.
Okay.
GNV East Incentivized Development, is that specifically Waldo Road or what's that?
I don't know. This is what it was stated to me. So somebody may need to help me explain that.
I can't, your internet connection is
Anybody know what?
Lyle, you're lagging.
I'm sitting here, right? I haven't moved. I'm in City Hall, right down from Lee's office.
Yeah, well, Gainesville doesn't have the
We know
best
the City
internet.
Hall internet. We know how that goes.
Yeah, no, I think we're having some problems today with the internet here.
We are, Lee?
It is.
Lee, do you have clarification on GNV East? I think that was the question from Gail.
That is correct.
I think, you know, the idea here is that we know we need to do more development, both business and residential, in the east.
Lee, could you speak up a bit?
Sure. So I think
There
we
we
need
go.
we all recognize that there's a need to do more, both in business and residential development in the east. And so this is just talking about how can we incentivize that, and develop a plan. So I know Commissioner Simmons has been pretty involved in those discussions recently.
Okay.
Gigi?
Yeah, Gail, if I can clarify something, I think what you see when you see Gainesville East, that's pretty much the CRA's tagline, that Gainesville East. So Lee, I don't know if we want to make a distinction and just says development, Eastern development versus the GNV, because that's the handle that the CRA uses. So will we look
Eastern, is that it, Gigi?
I'm asking Lee if that's something, do we want to incentivize any type of, incentivize development eastern of Waldo Road, even if it's not in the CRA district, because that GNV East is really a CRA designation.
And it's east of Waldo Road, is that right?
Yeah.
Lee?
Yeah. So I think we have to look, beyond CRA, boundaries. So there may be areas that could, still be prime if the right, opportunity arose, and we shouldn't say no just because it's not within the CRA.
Right. So I'm saying with the GNV East, that's the CRA's tagline. So if we take that out of this sentence and
I just did.
Okay. Then it's
good.
Encompassing
that was really
all
helpful.
East. Yeah.
So that's gone. So it's Eastern, and then I put bracket east of Waldo Road. Bracket. Does that make sense, Gigi?
If that's okay with Gail, I was just trying to clarify.
You okay with that? She's nodding her head. Yes.
Yeah, I was just doing this.
Thank you.
Yeah, except I don't know that I would say east of Waldo Road, because you want to
Eastern.
Right.
Yeah, I would just say east side Gainesville.
That's fine too.
Okay.
That's fine.
Done. All right. Any other comments on that one? Federal Opportunity Zones, direction and actions. Any comments on that one?
I think you can just put this one in management at this point.
Okay. Next one is what we talked about on the phone, Gail, that we mentioned earlier, and that is a community and neighborhood. So it's community overall neighborhood, well-being index and metrics. Defining it, establishing parameters. There are best practices on this. Come back with a report, get your direction, and then the development of matrix. I think, Gail, that's what you and I chatted about, right?
Yeah, and if I can explain what I mean by a little bit more by that everybody can understand.
Sure.
Is that I've been really intrigued by the work that that New Zealand is doing around their metrics of well-being. So rather than to kind of ask, well, how are we doing with, business development, or how are we doing with, but actually like how well are our people? How are they thriving? Are they healthy? Are they happy? Do they have access to, housing? Just like, so does that make sense? When I'm saying that, like well-being measures of well-being for our community.
And Gail, you and I chatted about it, and I gave you an example of a couple of cities that I work with, including Champaign, Illinois, that has worked on developing that index and measure it regularly. There's other examples as well, but this would be coming up one that's specific to your community and to your neighbors.
That's what I mean by that. Thanks.
12 scratch. You know why? You already got it as a priority under the economic. Number 13 was my write-out. I left it off, and it's the disparity study completion, and put that MGMT since that's in progress. So 13 is the disparity study, but put management on it because it's going to be followed through. 14 is the budget equity tool development. Any others here?
How many do we get?
4.
Hey.
So does 6 continue to exist, or did we move that?
It continues to exist.
I have a question. I think that 5, the equity toolkit, is already in management.
Is it, Lee?
Well, it's
or
in
Tanisha?
I would defer to Tanisha on that.
Tanisha?
I think that it is.
Yeah, so we can take that one out.
No, you're not taking it off. You're putting it on management.
Oh, I mean, that's what I meant.
We don't want to get it lost.
What about 2? Does 2 still exist?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Was it 4? Was that right?
Yes, Adrian. 4 most important for the year.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yes, Gigi?
I'm ready.
Fire away.
Okay. 6, 9, 11, and 12.
12's gone. We already covered it.
Okay. 1.
Got it. Lauren?
1, 4, 7, 11.
Harvey?
6, 9, 11, 14.
Raina?
6, 7, 8, 9.
What?
6, 7, 8, 9.
Gail?
1, 4, 11, 14.
Okay. Adrian?
1, 4, 9, 11.
David?
1, 4, 6, 9.
Is that everybody? Think? The big winners here. Adrian, what are they?
1, 4, 6, 9. The ones I picked. I already voted, but I'll vote again.
1, 4,
I mean, I'll be
9, and 11. Somebody had them right, I think. 1, 4, 9, and 11. The others will be on the horizon or on management.
Hey, Lyle, how many? Lyle,
what?
How many did 6 get?
3.
I think they got 4, Lyle.
I think that's incorrect.
How many voted for 6?
And I think David did.
Did you vote, David?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yeah, I said 1, 4, 6, and 9.
All right, 6 would be the other one that would be. So we have 5 here. So it's 1, 4, 6, 9, and 11. We've got 2 more goals. You want to take a short break?
Yeah, let's take, so I have
5 minutes.
3:35. Let's come back at 3:45.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
And we'll
you.
be back on goal 2, which is sustainable community.
Are we doing anything after these 2 goals, or is there?
No, then I think we will be done for the day, and we'll pick up, do the final prioritization tomorrow and the governance issues.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I know this is at the first time putting the framework together is more tedious. The other times you're doing a much briefer because you're just updating your goals. Going to goal 2, sustainable community. This is a redraft when we split goal 1 into 2. Increase acreage of natural and conservation land in 5 years. Increase the city's use of renewable energy, electric energy resources with a goal of 100% in 2045. Have more neighborhoods on city sewer system and less number of failing septic systems. Be recognized as a green community. Redevelop the Copper site into a community asset. Have well-designed, well-maintained water, wastewater, electric systems operating in an environmentally responsible manner, and pursue zero waste goal. Adrian, and then Harvey.
Yeah, I have a question on number 6 for Ed. Are you here, Ed? I don't know, maybe this is someone else. I guess they have well-designed, well-maintained water, wastewater. It means we don't have that now, because since this is like a goal that we're going towards.
No, this is not saying it's not there. It's something that needs to have a continued investment. Ed?
Okay, that's what we're saying.
That is correct. Ed?
Yes, you're correct. We have a well-designed system.
I thought we did, yeah.
Yeah.
You do?
Okay.
But it needs, as Ed and the staff, you and I talked about, it needs continued investment. You can't let that slide because
I agree.
then you end up paying a big price later on.
Wait, are you Tony Cunningham?
I have 2 more I'd like for us to consider adding.
Yep. Number 8 then is what?
Cleaner creeks and waterways. Then number 9 is moving forward on our climate change goals.
What does that mean? In 5 years?
I don't know what it means in 5 years, but I think it's one
The
of the
outcome is
Harvey
that
seems to have something he wants to say on this, I think. You're on mute, Harvey.
Probably good that I was on mute for a second there. What about, instead of saying pursue climate change goals, say reduce carbon footprint by X% over the 5-year period?
To achieve our climate goal, change goals, so
sure.
It can link, so it links back to that goal.
Right. And to remain consistent, I might say 25%, just to attach a number to that over a 5-year period, knowing that there's some things coming up that we could potentially do.
Okay, good adds. So we've added 8 and 9. Is that correct?
I guess I have a question on 9 and the reduce the carbon footprint. Are we talking about for the city doing it, or for the government services and government owned things, or are we talking about for the whole city proper, like all the residents and stuff like that?
I'm talking about for the city organization.
Any other changes or additions here?
A question about 6. Instead of saying have a well-designed, well-maintained, maybe we say maintain's the wrong word because we're already using it, but something.
Maintain and enhance.
Maintain.
That would be the easy way to deal with it.
Yeah.
Ed, you okay with that?
Yeah, I think, I was just thinking of enhance as a verb there. Yeah, I think that works.
Because that's consistent with what you're in the group and I talked about, Ed.
Right. Right. The key actually is enhance as opposed to maintain. We have to go beyond maintaining, and when we have to do more as the aging.
Maybe we just say the enhance. And that emphasizes it.
I personally, I'm not speaking for the commissioners, I like that.
That works for me.
That's good. You're part of the team. Oh.
Okay.
Other goals, outcomes in 5 years. Don't go too far, Ed. Any others?
I just like coming in and out.
So,
David, any others for you? Rena?
I'm afraid to ask. If we only have 9, how many are we getting?
5.
Oh, okay.
Like than the others.
Can you please repeat?
We may end up with 5 or 6, but the choice will be 5. Gail?
Muted.
2, 3, 5, 8, 9.
Oh, you've already chosen. 2, 3, 5, 8, 9. Is that right?
Yep.
Got it.
Can somebody please read 8 and 9 to me?
8 is cleaner creeks and waterways, David. And 9 is reduce the city's carbon footprint by 25% to achieve the city's climate change goal.
Okay.
You get those?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7.
Got it.
I would remind everyone that 5 is not really in our control at this point. Might be, could pop in tomorrow, could be 10 years.
Rena?
Tomorrow.
So I have 2, 3, 8, 9, and 7.
Okay. Adrian?
1, 2, 7, 8, 9.
Got it. Who am I missing? You guys ready? Lauren?
2, 5, 6, 7, 9.
And Harvey?
1, 2, 3, 7, 9.
I need a tiebreaker. Is Gigi gone now? I don't see her up here.
Yeah.
I believe she
Gigi?
had.
Okay. So I need a tiebreaker to get to 4 on 1, 3, 6, and 8. 1, 3, 6, and 8.
And this is
No,
for just
take
the
that
coming
back.
year.
Scratch it. I screwed up. It's 1. The one where tiebreaker, I'm going to give you the numbers again. 1, 5, 6, and 8. All got votes. 1, 5, 6, and 8. Give me the 2 out of those that are most important to you for the next
year.
5 years.
Oh, 5. Okay.
1 and 6.
1 and 6. I heard.
5, 6.
I heard. Who is 5, 6?
Lauren.
Okay. I didn't have my eyes. Adrian?
1, 6.
1, 6.
Gail?
Can't hear you.
I'm going to go with 5 and 5.
You got 2 choices.
Out of which ones again?
1, 5, 6, and 8.
5 and 8.
Okay. The big winners here are 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 9. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 9. Go to the challenges over on page 10. They are the cost and funding and purchase of natural and conservation land, funding and cost of renewable resources, limited marketed for recyclables, funding and commitment to reduce the number of septic systems and to increase the number of neighbors on the city's wastewater system, aging water and wastewater infrastructure needing consistent and significant investment, increasing water and wastewater investment to address regulatory requirements and capacity needs, expanding advanced metering infrastructure, designing new developments with sustainability concepts, an aging workforce needing significant training and skill development, reducing GRU debt, complying with federal regulatory requirements, adapting to electric and autonomous vehicles, expanding use of solar energy, maintaining, enhancing water quality, enhancing tree canopy through a proactive urban forestation program, and differing definitions of sustainability and resiliency. What other challenges do you all see here, or opportunities, or changes here? Harvey.
The necessity of being greener is the world is moving in the wrong direction faster than we're likely to be able to respond.
Pending doom?
Yeah, I hate to go that direction. That's not my thing, but yeah.
No, but what would you say? The realities of climate change?
The realities of climate change, yes.
Is that close enough?
Yeah.
Without being, add that as number 17 as realities. Realities and impacts. How's that, Harvey?
That's good.
Of climate change. Other comments? Any others? Looking at these 17, give me the 7 that are most significant short-term, one-year challenges. Short-term.
How many did you say?
7 out of the 17.
Ready?
Yes. Fire away, Harvey.
1, 5, 7, 10, 15, 16, 17.
Got it. Lauren?
2, 4, 5, 10, 13, 14, 17.
Got it. Adrian?
1, 5, 7, 10, 13, 15, 17.
Got it. David, do you have yours? Or Gail?
Almost. How many?
7. Gail, do you have yours?
1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 13.
1, 2, 3, 5, 10.
13, 16.
13 and 16. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
David?
I've got 1, 2, 7, 10, 11, big time. And how many is that?
I think you got a couple more.
Okay, I think it was 13 and 15.
Okay. Raina? You're on mute. Sorry about that.
Not you. I'm just not used to having to be quiet. 1, 5, 7, 10,
Yes.
13, 15, 17.
The winners are, I think I got everybody's 1, 5, 7, 10, 13, and 17. I think they were yours, Raina, right?
I think you got 15 also.
What?
I think
15 too. That is
Yeah.
correct.
15.
Bingo.
Going to the
Do
action.
you mind repeating that one more time? I apologize.
What?
Do you mind repeating those one more time?
Sure. 1, 5, 7, 10, 13, 15, and 17.
I won.
We both got bingo.
There's a real clear sense. The actions: zero waste policy, direction, and city actions. Is that one clear? The community composting, direction, and city actions.
I do have one thing on that. I feel like those two are kind of together on one.
Are they have different deliverables, or are they the same deliverable?
I mean, moving forward on a zero waste policy, composting is one of the portions of a zero waste policy.
Are you doing are you doing anything specifically on composting now?
I guess we're looking about actionable things this year. Then I guess it can be separate. But
yeah, these are 1-year actions. Renewable energy policy review. Look at further options and direction. Is that one clear? Septics to sewer policy program, looking at what can be done, city's role, and a funding issue there. Comments there. Florida Green Building Code, a report with options, direction, and city actions. Green Deal for Gainesville, a best practices review, a report with options, direction, and city actions and funding. Comments there.
Well, the bill is called the Green New Deal, and that is important.
Okay, so I'll put and make sure new is in there. Warehouser property development, direction, and city actions. Comments there.
I feel like that might be in the attorney's office already, so it might be a management sort of thing. But it is in the attorney's office, so I don't know if that takes it off of our choices or not.
Nicole? There you are.
Yeah.
Do we put that on your plate?
I mean, they filed litigation against the city, so there's that. And then the land use and zoning change are going to be moving forward when we move to quasi-judicial hearings again. So
it is on management then, I guess, largely. So it's in your stack.
Well,
so put management by that one so it's not your priority. Does that make sense, Commission? Glen Springs direction and city actions came from you. Is that one clear?
Brenda, do you know what that is? That's we haven't talked about that in a while. I just want to make sure you're aware of that issue.
I had a vague recollection, but did I actually unmute it? Yes.
Can you give a quick summary, Lauren?
Yeah, so I think the property is the Elks Lodge, behind the Elks Lodge on 23rd Avenue there, and there's been a desire. Well, the Elks has been speaking with us for several years about possibly disposing of that property and relocating, and then the city taking over the management of the property, and that's kind of where it is right now.
And that's this issue.
Correct.
Number 9 is smart city policy and program, looking at what is the goal of the city, what are best practices, what are reports, a report back to you with what's the finding there, direction and city actions. Is that one clear? Comments there. Long-term energy conversion plan. Development and direction looking at more renewable or greater reliability.
I'm assuming that's conservation. Can someone clarify? I'm just assuming.
Or is it GRU like converting over to renewable energy?
I think it's more the latter from what I heard in the interview.
Converting like fuel sources from fossil fuels to
Yes. Ed?
Did that come from me in our discussion?
Nope, it did not. It came from a commissioner, Ed.
Okay. I mean, what I could see was, I don't know if that layers in a little bit to the FP&L opening up of transmission. So that goes away from kind of the strategy we've had as being an island. I don't know if that was part of that. I mean, I could see that because it opens up other avenues. But then
should we change it? Are you suggesting we may consider changing it to that, Ed?
Well, I mean, I've been listening to Commissioner Ward, and he's been talking about how some of these are duplicates, and of course the mayor's been saying it as well. But is that just part of the renewable energy policy?
Yeah,
Harvey.
Well, that and I may be the one who put it on there. I'm not remembering, but if I did, what I meant was refitting existing plants with a lower carbon footprint.
Well, that makes sense because I mean that goes to the gasification of the coal plant. That goes to
that is correct.
The solar. So I mean that is that's a big deal.
Ed, would you have a better title for this to capture that point, Ed?
Well, I don't know.
Leave it the way it is?
It is kind of an energy, when you think about what it is and then you read it again, it makes sense.
It's what Harvey's talking about
it's
there.
A long-term energy conversion. You could say it's a electric generation conversion plan. Because it is our power generation.
Yep.
Energy makes it sound like it's a host of all the things, right?
I just changed it. You okay with that, Harvey? Because I think that captures both of your ideas. And it's consistent, Ed, what we talked about in our session, too.
Yeah, I think so.
Does that capture that one for everybody? Thank you, Ed. Environmental goal, 100% renewable energy, policy direction, and city actions. You've had that goal there. It's established. Does this one need to be there, or is there other further actions that the commission would like to take?
I mean,
Huh?
I feel like as an action, it's not like appropriate there because there's no way in 1 year we'd make it to 100.
I think it's maybe, what is the short-term actions maybe?
Yeah, I read that as what do we need to do as an organization this year to get closer to that.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll put short-term on that as a city organization. Is that clear for everybody? So it's a city organization. Next one is the city tree and forestation policy and strategy review, direction, and funding. Ed, Lee, and I talked that, and that is, it's maybe not appropriate under the sustainable community, but yet it, in many ways it is looking at the service boundaries and services, dealing with growth, service extension, and septic to sewers, because you have some elements where you could serve that are on septic. So this is dealing with policy direction there. Is that one clear? The electric rates and AMI are both on the management's list for follow through. Other additions here that I've not hit. Yes, Adrian.
Thank you. I'd like to add a 16.
Okay, what's that?
The purchase of nature and conservation land. We have millions of dollars sitting in dedicated funds that could be spent on this. That can't really be spent on other stuff.
So it's nature and conservation land acquisition.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that's direction and completing that actual purchase of those properties, right? So I'm going to put identification and purchase.
So
that's number 16.
Policy as well. How do we want to move forward on a policy of purchasing?
Okay, policy framework. Okay. David.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that numbers 5 and 6 be combined, because they sort of, by separating them, the Florida Green Building Code and a local Green New Deal is just really all about setting standards for sustainability for future buildings and getting that process started.
Comments from others on the commission?
That's fine. I mean,
which one do you? Go ahead, Lauren.
If we end up giving direction to move forward with the Green New Deal, it will include a built environment component. So I'm fine with that if you want to combine them.
And the only reason.
Yeah, but you're suggesting, David, keep the broad heading as number 6, right? David?
Yes, and the reason why I bring it up is because I'm going to be asking our policy research team to go into that.
Okay. Any other changes or additions here? Any others? Give me the 4 that are most important 1 year.
4.
Lauren.
1, 2, 9, 11.
Adrian?
I have a question on exactly smart city policy and programs. That's all of the policy. That's like what we've been doing on smart city. Is that what that is, or
which one?
Number 9. I guess what exactly is that? It's under the sustainability category.
From what I understood, it's saying what is the goal of our city for smart city? Okay. What are best practices? And putting a framework about a smart city policy for you. as well as programs and actions for implementing it.
Okay.
So it would be an overall framework.
1, 2, 9, and 16.
I'm gonna jump in here because I've got to go. But 1, 2, 6, and 11.
1, 2, 6, and 11.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
see y'all
Gail.
later. Thanks.
Thanks, Gail. Really appreciate all your work.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Rena?
2, 4, 11, 16.
Okay.
I think David's ready.
David, you ready?
1, 6, 9, 11.
Who am I missing?
Me.
Harvey.
1, 6, 11, 16.
Is that everybody? I need a tiebreaker, folks, between 6, 9, and 16.
You need 2 or 1?
1.
Okay. 9.
Can you tell us what passed first before we vote on this?
11, obviously.
The ones that are made it are 1, 2, and 11.
The ones we're picking between are 6, 9, and 16.
That is correct. And 1 for the next year.
16 for Adrian.
I got it.
16 for me too.
It's not a majority.
David, what's yours?
6. And I heard Lauren say 9. I didn't hear what Harvey said.
6.
6. So no one gets a majority.
Nope.
So, Lyle, let's just, because we're missing 2 commissioners, let's just put a pin in that and we'll come back and figure that out.
I agree 100%. I was wondering whether we want to break at this point and try to pick up that last one in the morning.
Yeah, I don't feel real. This is so fundamentally important to have 2 commissioners missing.
I agree.
Isn't fair. So, and I think we've reached the end of our brain capacity anyway. So
we may have to take a slightly longer break to accommodate that, but I think we're okay. Because I'm going to rewrite the mission and the plan as what we've got so far. So you'll have a clean version of this tomorrow.
Okay. Excellent.
And we get together.
So give us
You've done some really tough work today, folks. This is hard slugging the first time. A year from now, you come back and you focus more on strategy, tactics around your plan. You don't do the vision and mission because that framework is in place. So this year is the hard slugging year, and you guys have really hung in there well and kept your focus. So I thank you from my perspective for some very good work. And then I turn it back to you, Mayor. Right?
Thank you. And I think that a lot of the TDM is the format, not the content and the task ahead of us. But can you give us a real brief overview of, I know you've said it a few times in pieces, but what we can expect to do tomorrow?
Yes. What we will do is finish up this goal here. I think finish up the actions under this goal, getting the others involved, Gigi and Gail. We have the goal, one more goal, which is the governmental, more the service delivery and finance goal. That's your goal 5. Once we've done that, all the things that are on your policy agenda, you're going to determine on one list. All of the ones that have made it through this so far will be on one list, and you're going to pick your top and your high from that list. So there's some That's that, and you'll also look at the management agenda that's on Lee's list and talk about the priorities that you have there as well. Those are things that are in motion that will come back. And then there's a few governance issues that we're going to talk about, expectations of your charter officers, expectations of everything from simple things like simple requests for information to how we work together as a team. There's some protocol issues there, and then we'll wrap it up. So that's our agenda for tomorrow.
Just to make sure I heard it right, at the end, when we finish with all of these, we're going to put them all on a list, and we have to, now that we've whittled by theme, we're going to whittle in total?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. You'll have a fresh sheet with all those on one list.
Excellent.
Did that respond, Mayor? Lauren?
Yeah. I was just going to say, from a time structure, we'll deal with that final, finish this goal and do the last goal. Then we'll need a break to prepare the material.
I'm going to try to get most of it, so all we'll need to add in is the last goal, Lee.
Yes, we just may need about 10 or 15 minutes between that just to duplicate and email off to you.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. So we will now move to public comment.
Is our meeting tomorrow at 12? Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and just as a reminder for anyone listening that wants to dial in for public comment, the number is 301-715-8592, and the meeting ID is 894-6188-1029, and please dial *9 to raise your hand. So far, we have no callers.
I'm just going to give it a little bit more.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, while we're waiting, just as a question, is the task force for later tonight canceled?
The what? The task force? What task force?
I think it's Black on Black Crime Task Force.
Oh, I don't think those have been held. I think it was all, yeah. I don't think they've been holding them since the stay at home. And we don't have a town hall tonight either. Madam Clerk, anybody itching to share their thoughts with us?
No, sir. No callers.
Okay. Great work today, everybody. I hope you're as exhausted as I am. It means that you did some good thinking. Get some rest, and we will see you all tomorrow at noon.
Thank you very much from my perspective, folks.
Thanks, Lau. All right. This meeting is adjourned.
Bye.